Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Arcane Paradox. In today's episode, we explore, what if Gringotts' blood purity test at age 11 discovered 28 stolen lordships and Wizengamot arrested Dumbledore during welcoming feast. Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Weight of Gold. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry Potter had been expecting something. Dudley had made sure of that, spending 3 days telling anyone who would listen that his freak cousin had gotten a letter from a madhouse, but what he hadn't expected was the second letter that arrived the following morning, tucked behind the first like a quiet afterthought. This one was written on heavier parchment, the ink a deep burgundy rather than black, and the seal pressed into the wax was a small, fierce-looking badger clutching a set of scales. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, it read across the top. Office of Hereditary Claims and Bloodline Verification. Your attendance is required on the morning of August 31st for the mandatory blood purity inheritance assessment, reinstated by Ministry Order 7714 following the events of October 1981. Attendance is not optional. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his pocket, because Aunt Petunia had appeared in the kitchen doorway and the expression on her face when she saw the Gringotts seal was not one he wanted to test. He thought about the letter for the rest of the week. Hagrid came on a Friday evening, bursting through the door of the little island shack with enough enthusiasm to knock it half off its hinges, and Harry thought maybe he'd ask about Gringotts then. But Hagrid was so cheerful and so enormous and so entirely focused on delivering the Hogwarts letter and eating most of the birthday cake that the Gringotts letter stayed in Harry's pocket, a quiet weight against his ribs. They went to Diagon Alley the next morning. Harry had never been anywhere like it. The leaky cauldron smelled like old wood and butterbeer and something faintly magical, and then Hagrid tapped the bricks in a specific pattern and the wall folded itself away like a conjuring trick, and there it was, the alley, loud and bright and crammed with more magic in a single city block than Harry had encountered in his entire life. He stopped walking for a moment, just to breathe it in. Hagrid barreled past him toward Gringotts and Harry followed, pulling the second letter from his pocket. "Hagrid," he said, "I got this." Hagrid squinted at it. His face did something complicated, a sort of flickering, like a candle in a draught, and then settled back into cheerfulness that was just slightly too deliberate. "Oh, that's just routine, Harry. Standard stuff since you know who fell. Don't worry about it. It says attendance is not optional." "Well, we're going to Gringotts anyway, aren't we? You'll get your gold, they'll do their test, all done and dusted." Hagrid said it with the tone of someone who hoped very much that would be the case. Harry noticed but said nothing. Gringotts was everything the letter had implied and more. The building was white marble and arrogance, the goblins behind their counters were small and ancient and radiating a specific variety of contempt that felt thoroughly earned, and the whole place hummed with a kind of magic that felt older and more serious than anything Harry had touched before. He presented the Gringotts letter at the first counter. The goblin took it, read it, and then looked up at Harry with eyes that were very black and very sharp. "Harry James Potter," the goblin said. It wasn't a question. "Yes. Identification has already been confirmed via proximity to the hereditary key." The goblin glanced at Hagrid. "This is a private assessment. The half-giant waits here." Hagrid opened his mouth. Harry, who had already noticed the way 3 other goblins near the back of the room had gone very still, said, "That's fine," before Hagrid could get a word out. He looked at Hagrid and said it more gently, "I'll be okay. I'll meet you back here." Hagrid looked like he wanted to argue. Then he looked at the 3 very still goblins and didn't. The goblin who had spoken, he introduced himself as Sharp Fong, with the air of someone conferring a significant honor, led Harry not to a standard vault cart but down a different corridor entirely. Stone floors, torch brackets, the kind of silence that had mass to it. They descended 2 staircases that Harry was fairly certain were moving and went through a door that required Sharp Fong to press his palm flat against it and speak something in gobbledygook. The room beyond was small and circular. There was a stone table in the center, a shallow basin carved into its surface, and standing beside it was a goblin who was visibly older than anyone Harry had ever seen, ancient in the way that mountains were ancient, the kind of old that had gone all the way through impressive and come out the other side into something quieter and more absolute. "This is Ragnarok," Sharpfang said. "Director of Gringotts. He conducts all Tier 1 assessments personally." Harry looked at Ragnarok. Ragnarok looked at Harry with the expression of someone who had been waiting for this specific moment for about 10 years. "Sit," Ragnarok said. Harry sat. The basin on the table was perhaps the size of a dinner plate, its interior covered in runes that Harry couldn't read but could feel, a low vibration, almost like a held breath. Ragnarok placed a small ceremonial knife on the table beside it. "Not threatening, exactly. Factual. The blood purity assessment," Ragnarok said, "is not what the Ministry calls it. The Ministry gave it that name because the Ministry understands blood magic only as a question of lineage, purity, ancestry, the usual preoccupations of frightened humans." His voice managed to convey enormous disdain in a very small number of words. "What the assessment actually measures is the integrity of your blood-bound magical contracts. Any claim, any title, any binding made upon your blood since birth. It tells us everything that has been done to you magically." He paused. "And everything that has been taken." Harry was very still. "Taken. 3 drops of blood in the basin. Then we read what it shows us." Harry picked up the knife. He wasn't afraid of it. The Dursleys had given him a fairly comprehensive education in what was worth being afraid of, and a small cut on his finger wasn't on the list. He pressed the tip to his index finger, winced slightly, and let 3 drops fall into the basin. The runes ignited. Not metaphorically, they actually ignited, a ripple of deep gold light that moved through the carved symbols like fire through dry grass. The light built, and then the basin began producing what Harry could only describe as documents, sheets of magical parchment that rose from the light and arranged themselves in the air above the table, dozens of them, and Ragnarok reached up and took the first one, and his expression, which had been the careful neutrality of a professional, went very tight. He read the first sheet. Then the second. Then the third. He set them down on the table with the careful precision of someone who needed to be careful with their hands right now. "How much," Ragnarok said, in a voice that was very quiet, "do you know about the noble and most ancient houses of Wizarding Britain?" "Nothing," Harry said honestly. "I expected that." Ragnarok looked at him steadily. "Your father, James Charles Potter, was the last Lord of House Potter. That house has existed for 900 years and currently holds 2 seats on the Wizengamot, the governing body of Wizarding Britain, along with vaults numbering 11 principal and 23 secondary, total liquid assets in excess of 42 million galleons, properties including Potter's Keep in Godric's Hollow, Hawthorne Hall in Wiltshire, and the Ancestral Library at, that's mine." Harry said. "All of it has been yours since your parents died on October 31, 1981. Ragnarok's voice was level as a blade. "You are also, by blood right and ancient charter, heir to an additional 27 noble houses through various lines of descent, some direct, some through conquest claim, some through the extinction of rival lines." He paused. "None of these inheritances have been acted upon. The claims have been filed and frozen, some through legal instruments, some through blood-bound magical suppression." Another pause. "And some through outright theft." The room was very quiet. "Theft," Harry said. Ragnarok picked up one of the parchment sheets and placed it on the table in front of Harry. The ink was red and moving, which Harry was already getting used to as a feature of magical documents. He could read his own name at the top. Below it was a list of 28 house names, and beside each one was a column of notations that he couldn't fully parse but which had the look of legal evidence, dates, spell signatures, references to specific magical contracts. 28 lordships, Ragnarok said. 28 noble house inheritances that are blood rightfully yours, that have been either suppressed, misdirected, or stolen. In 11 cases, the suppression was accomplished through a blood-bound proxy ward, a deeply illegal piece of magic that essentially tells the magical world that the heir in question has either waived their claim or does not exist. He tapped one entry near the bottom of the list. In 7 cases, forged instruments of succession were filed with the ministry, redirecting lordship claims to other parties. Harry looked at the name beside those 7 entries. It appeared 6 more times as he scanned down. Dumbledore, APWB, Acting Proxy. Dumbledore, APWB, Instrument filed November 12, 1981. Dumbledore, APWB, Blood Suppression Charm applied, date unknown. Dumbledore, Harry said. Albus Dumbledore. The Hogwarts headmaster. Yes. He stole from me. Ragnarok said nothing. He didn't need to. Harry stared at the list for a long time. He was aware, distantly, that he ought to feel something dramatic, rage, or devastation, or the kind of shaking shock that Dudley performed whenever anyone told him no about anything. What he actually felt was something colder and more precise than any of that. It felt like understanding. It felt like the answer to a question he hadn't known he was asking, the specific click of a key in a lock that had been closed his whole life. Why did they leave him with the Dursleys? Why did no one in the magical world come to check on him? Why was he small and underfed and told relentlessly that he was nothing, nobody, less than nothing, because if he knew what he was, if he had ever known what he was, someone would have had to answer for what had been done to him. What happens now? He asked. Ragnarok looked at him with something that, in a goblin, Harry was slowly understanding was the equivalent of respect. Now, he said, Gringotts files a formal claim of hereditary fraud with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The documentation we have accumulated over the past decade, because we have been accumulating it, Mr. Potter, since this bank first detected the suppression wards 2 weeks after your parents' deaths, constitutes a complete legal case. He allowed a thin smile. Gringotts does not permit theft from its clients. Even when the thief is the Supreme Mugwump. You've had this for 10 years, Harry said carefully. We have had the evidence for 10 years. We required your blood confirmation to activate it legally. A Tier 1 assessment triggers an automatic filing, it cannot be intercepted, blocked, or suppressed. The moment your blood touched that basin, 47 separate legal instruments were activated simultaneously in our archives. Ragnarok's smile sharpened. Headmaster Dumbledore will have approximately 12 hours before the Wizengamot is informed. Harry thought about this. He thought about Hagrid, waiting upstairs with his cheerful face and his careful avoidance of the word Gringotts. He thought about the letter that had said attendance is not optional in firm, uncompromising terms, and understood now that the letter had been Gringotts' way of making sure he came, making sure the assessment happened, making sure the clock started ticking before anyone could stop it. The goblins had been patient for 10 years and they had been waiting. I want to understand everything, Harry said. Every house. Every lordship. Every vault. I want the full picture. Ragnarok set down the parchments he'd been holding and looked at Harry with unmistakable satisfaction. Then let us begin. They spent 3 hours in that room. Ragnarok was thorough in the way that very intelligent, very old beings were thorough, not exhaustively, not tediously, but with the kind of precision that meant when he finished explaining something you understood it completely and had no further questions. He walked Harry through the inheritance tree of House Potter first, the 900 years of lineage, the properties, the vaults, the Wizengamot seats. He explained how the Wizengamot worked, 28 seats held by noble houses, 24 seats appointed by the ministry, the chief warlock position currently held by Dumbledore, the way voting power was distributed. With all 28 lordships active, Ragnarok said, tracing lines on a document that had rearranged itself into a schematic, you would hold 28 of the noble house seats. Not all personally, many would require proxy holders or temporary stewards, but the voting power would flow through you. Harry did the math. That's more than half the noble house block. Yes. And Dumbledore currently controls how many of those seats through stolen proxies? 14. The silence that followed was instructive. Ragnar then walked him through the individual houses. Some were straightforward: House Peveril, House Gryffindor, House Slytherin. Harry went very still at that one, and Ragnar said, with the tone of a man who had been looking forward to this reaction, through conquest claim only, established in 1567 when the last Slytherin heir died without issue, and House Potter, as the nearest magical relative through a secondary line, absorbed the claim. It was never activated, but it was never annulled. House Ravenclaw. House Hufflepuff. Harry, who had not yet been sorted and was sitting here discovering he had blood claim to all 4 Hogwarts founder houses, made a mental note to find this either hilarious or overwhelming later, when he had time. Some houses were more complicated. House Black was partially his through his paternal grandmother Doria Black, née Potter, a claim currently being contested by the Black family itself through Sirius Black, currently imprisoned in Azkaban. House Longbottom had a minor claim through a secondary line, far enough removed that it was more of a dormant courtesy than a real lordship. House Bones. House Greengrass. House Pusey. House Knott. House Davis. The list went on, each one with its own tangle of history and legal complication. Some of these will be challenges, Ragnar said frankly. Other families will contest the claims. There will be legal proceedings. It will be loud and expensive and politically messy. He didn't sound remotely troubled by any of this. But the blood right is clear. The evidence of suppression and theft is documented. We have a very good case. Who's the best lawyer in Wizarding Britain? Harry asked. Ragnar looked at him for a moment. For a case of this nature. Arcturus Greengrass. He is currently retired from active practice, but he has argued 12 succession cases before the full Wizengamot and won 11 of them. He is also the current head of House Greengrass, which means he would have a personal stake in the proceedings, which would make him simultaneously extremely motivated and technically conflicted. A pause. He would love this case. He would take it purely for the pleasure of the argument. Get him, Harry said. Ragnar made a note. They talked about money next. Not because Harry cared about money in the way Dudley cared about money, as a measure of what he was owed by the universe, but because Ragnar explained that several of the stolen proxy arrangements had involved financial instruments. In the past 10 years, while Harry's guardians were feeding him soup twice a day and making him sleep in a cupboard under the stairs, the interest from 11 of his secondary vaults had been quietly redirected. To Dumbledore's discretionary fund. To a charitable endowment Dumbledore had established in 1982 called the Order of Merlin Scholarship Fund. To a private account at Gringotts held under the name Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster's discretion. Harry looked at those 3 lines for a long time. How much? He asked. Ragnar told him. Harry said nothing for a moment. That's more than, yes, Ragnar said simply. It was the kind of number that didn't feel real. It was the kind of number that had too many digits. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs and his cousin's old, too large clothes and the birthday cards from the Dursleys that never had anything in them, and then he deliberately stopped thinking about it because that path led somewhere he couldn't afford to go right now, in this room, in front of a goblin director who was watching him very carefully. Can it be reclaimed? Harry asked. The direct thefts, yes. The redirected interest presents more complexity. Some of those funds have already been spent. We will recover what we can. Ragnar's voice was dry. The headmaster's discretion account is still active and holds a substantial sum. That one we will freeze immediately. By the time they finished, Harry's head was full of information and the afternoon light through the high stone windows had shifted into late gold. He had signed 17 documents. Ragnar was patient with each one, explaining what each signature meant, never rushing him. He had formally accepted the Potter Lordship, which felt enormous and abstract and slightly surreal. He had authorized the legal filing. He had given Gringotts full authority to proceed. He had, in the space of an afternoon, gone from being nothing to being something that the wizarding world was entirely unprepared for. Ragnar walked him back to the main hall. They passed back through the moving staircases and the heavy stone corridors, and Harry noticed that every goblin they passed stopped what they were doing as Ragnarok approached and did something with their hands that looked like a salute except more formal. He wondered if that was for Ragnarok or for him, and then decided it was probably both, and that the distinction didn't matter much. Hagrid was waiting where Harry had left him, standing by the main counter with a cup of something hot and a deeply unconvincing expression of casual patience. "All done?" he asked, in the tone of someone hoping the answer was yes and nothing else. "All done," Harry said. He looked at Hagrid for a moment, enormous, kind, obviously carrying instructions he hadn't chosen and information he'd been told not to share, and felt a complicated wash of something that wasn't quite anger. Hagrid wasn't the architect of this. Hagrid was a person who had been told what to do by someone he trusted completely, and who had done it because that was what Hagrid did. "Ready for the rest of the alley?" Hagrid asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Let's go get my school things." They went to Madame Malkin's for robes, where Harry met a blonde boy his age who talked constantly about Quidditch and family and which Hogwarts house was obviously superior in a way that felt rehearsed, like he'd been told what opinions to have. Harry listened, agreed where agreeing cost him nothing, and thought about 28 lordships. Draco Malfoy, that was the name, he caught it, said goodbye with the expectation of future friendship, and Harry smiled without committing to anything. They bought books at Flourish and Blots. Harry noticed the textbooks Hagrid handed him were the standard ones, the ministry-approved curriculum, and thought about the ancestral library at the Potter estate and what might be in it. He added several extra books to his stack on impulse, something on magical history, something on blood law, a thick reference text on the structure of the Wizengamot. Hagrid frowned slightly. "Getting ahead of yourself, Harry. That's seventh-year stuff, some of it." "I like reading," Harry said mildly. He bought an owl at Elop's, a snowy white one who looked at him with amber eyes that felt ancient and amused, and he named her Hedwig from one of the names in his History of Magic book. She stepped onto his arm with the air of someone who had been waiting to be chosen and had simply been biding her time. Throughout the afternoon, Harry noticed things. He noticed that people kept looking at him, not at his face, at his forehead, at the lightning bolt scar he'd been told all his life was from the car crash that killed his parents and was now understanding was nothing of the kind. He noticed the whispers. He noticed the way two witches near the apothecary went very pink and pointed, and he heard his name in the sound. Famous, he realized. He was apparently famous here, in this world he was only just discovering, and he had no idea for what. He added that to the list of things Hagrid had carefully not mentioned. "What happened to my parents?" he asked, while they were eating ice cream at Florian Fortescue's in the early evening light. Hagrid's face went through about 6 expressions in quick succession. Then he sighed the sigh of a man who'd been hoping to avoid this until later and said, "I was going to tell you, Harry, but, tell me now," Harry said. Not unkindly. Just simply. So Hagrid told him. Voldemort. The Dark Lord. 13 years of terror in a war that had ripped the wizarding world apart. His parents, brave and brilliant and young, murdered. The curse that should have killed Harry too, rebounding, Voldemort's power broken, the whole thing ending in a single night in Godric's Hollow. Harry listened to all of it. The ice cream melted on the table in front of him. "And Dumbledore," he said. "He put me with the Dursleys." "Safest place," Hagrid said, with the firmness of someone quoting someone else. "Blood wards." "Your mum's, yes," Harry said. He didn't say anything else about it. They came back to the leaky cauldron as the last of the daylight turned the alley orange and long-shadowed, and Harry ate a proper dinner, the first one he could remember where he hadn't had to either fight for it or go without, and thought about everything. He thought about the list of 28 house names. He thought about Ragnarok's thin smile when the legal instruments activated. He thought about Dumbledore's name, appearing again and again in the blood-red ink of those floating parchment sheets. He thought about the Hogwarts letter, the welcoming feast, the start of term. He thought about Albus Dumbledore standing at a podium giving a speech while somewhere in the ministry, 47 legal instruments were being read by increasingly alarmed officials. Something settled in Harry's chest. Not anger, or not only anger. Something more architectural than that. The foundation of a decision. He would go to Hogwarts. He would learn magic. He would be exactly and precisely and completely what he was, and he would not minimize it, and he would not hide it, and he would not be grateful for being allowed to exist in other people's stories on other people's terms. He was Harry James Potter. He was Lord of House Potter and claimant to 27 additional noble houses and apparently famous for something that happened when he was a year old, and the most powerful man in his new world had been stealing from him since before he could walk. He would learn magic. He would learn everything. And then he would walk into that dining hall and sit down and eat his dinner and watch what happened next. The morning after, Hagrid took him back to the Dursleys. The house on Privet Drive looked smaller than it ever had. Dudley was watching television and Aunt Petunia was doing something aggressive with a sponge in the kitchen and Uncle Vernon was visible through the sitting room door, occupying his armchair with his usual commitment to taking up space. Harry walked through the door, went directly upstairs, and sat on the edge of his bed. He pulled out the list of books he'd bought and the notes he'd taken. He'd borrowed a quill from Hagrid and written notes, quietly, during the cart ride, and Hagrid had pretended not to notice, and began to read. He had 1 month before the train. He spent it learning. He read every book he'd bought in Diagon Alley, some of them twice. He borrowed more from the local library under the pretense of a school project, because the Wizarding world's history overlapped with the Muggle world's in interesting ways once you knew what to look for. He wrote to Ragnarok, using Hedwig, who took to the task with efficient grace, asking questions, requesting documents, and establishing what Ragnarok referred to as a correspondence of client management that made Uncle Vernon deeply suspicious every time a white owl came through the window. Ragnarok wrote back promptly and thoroughly. The legal filing, he confirmed in his second letter, had been received by the DMLE. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was currently reviewing the documentation. A preliminary hearing had been scheduled before the full Wizengamot for October 15, after the start of term. Dumbledore had not yet been formally arrested, Ragnarok explained. The Wizengamot required the full evidence package to be presented before authorizing detention, and that presentation was scheduled for September 1, the same day as the Hogwarts welcome feast. The timing, Ragnarok wrote, in the neat, precise script of someone who had planned this very carefully, is not coincidental. Harry read that line 3 times and smiled. He practiced magic too. He didn't have a wand yet, he hadn't gone to Ollivander's because Hagrid had gotten distracted and they'd run out of time, which now struck Harry as possibly not an accident, but he'd always been able to do things without a wand. Things that upset the Dursleys. Lights that switched off when he walked into rooms. Objects that moved without being touched. A door that locked itself once when Uncle Vernon was particularly threatening. He'd been told all his life that these things were wrong, abnormal, something to suppress and apologize for. Now he practiced them deliberately. Not large things, nothing visible from the street, but controlled things. A feather rising and falling. A match lighting without a strike. The slow, deliberate work of learning to feel the magic in himself as something real and shapeable rather than a random embarrassment. By the end of August he felt different. Not powerful, exactly. Not yet. But oriented, in the way you felt different after looking at a map of somewhere you'd been confused about. The territory hadn't changed, but you understood it now, and understanding changed everything. On August 31 he packed his trunk. Aunt Petunia watched from the doorway with an expression that was, for once, something close to complicated. Harry didn't know what she knew or had chosen not to know about his inheritance situation. She'd seen the Gringotts letter, clearly recognized the seal, and he didn't ask. He zipped the trunk closed, picked up Hedwig's cage, and went downstairs. "I'll be gone tomorrow," he told her. "I might not come back for Christmas." Aunt Petunia opened her mouth. Closed it. "Fine," she said. Harry nodded. He went back upstairs. September 1 came in grey and cool, the kind of morning that felt like a held breath. A ministry car arrived at 7 in the morning to take him to King's Cross, apparently standard for first-year Muggle-raised students, though Harry suspected Ragnarok had arranged something slightly more official than standard, and Harry loaded his trunk and cage into it with the efficient calm of someone who had been rehearsing this moment in his head for 4 weeks. King's Cross was ordinary chaos, the kind that smelled like diesel and the particular despair of railway platform catering. Harry found platform 9 3/4 through a combination of the instructions in his letter and pure instinct. He felt the wall before he found it, a distinct hum of magic beneath the brick, and walked through into the world on the other side. The Hogwarts Express was enormous and red and exactly what it needed to be. Steam was already rising from it in theatrical curls. Families moved along the platform, owls hooted, cats wooned between ankles, a toad sat on someone's shoulder with the expression of a toad who had several opinions about the whole situation. Harry loaded his trunk with the help of a porter who was either a wizard in disguise or very used to magical luggage, found a compartment, and sat down. He put Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him and looked out the window at the platform. He was thinking about the Wizengamot schedule. About Ragnarok's letter. About the timing that was not coincidental. He wondered, idly, what Dumbledore was doing right now. Whether he had any idea what was coming. Whether the 47 legal instruments that had activated from Harry's blood had made their way to a desk yet, been read by someone official enough to act on them. The compartment door slid open and a girl with very bushy hair and an expression of intense organizational focus looked in. "Have you seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," Harry said. Then, because she looked like someone with opinions about things, "What year are you?" "First," she said, surprised. "You?" "Same. Come in if you like, I don't mind." She considered this for approximately half a second. "Hermione Granger," she said, stepping in and sitting across from him with the precise posture of someone who had been told sitting properly was important. "I've read all our course books twice and I've been practicing some spells." "Which ones?" Harry asked, with genuine curiosity. She blinked. She had clearly prepared for either dismissal or polite boredom, and genuine curiosity was not on her list. Then she smiled, a real one, a bit surprised at herself, and told him. They talked for most of the journey. She was sharp and enthusiastic and carried information the way some people carried oxygen, absolutely fundamental. Harry told her the basics, raised by Muggle relatives, just learning about the wizarding world, genuinely interested in how everything worked, without mentioning Gringotts or Lordships or the arrest scheduled for tonight, because some information was strategic and this was a train full of people who'd grown up knowing exactly who he was. At some point a red-haired boy put his head in asking if everywhere else was full. Harry said yes, because it was simpler than explaining, and the boy squeezed in and introduced himself as Ron Weasley and immediately asked if Harry really did have the scar, in the direct way of someone who'd grown up hearing about it. Harry said yes. Ron looked simultaneously satisfied and embarrassed about asking. Later still, the highlands outside the windows now, the sky darkening beautifully, a pale blonde boy appeared at the compartment door flanked by 2 larger boys who had the look of furniture that had been given the ability to walk. Draco Malfoy. The boy from Madame Malkin's. "Potter," he said, with the confidence of someone expecting to be welcomed. "I heard you were on the train." His eyes moved across Ron's patched robes and Hermione's Muggle-bought cardigan with the practiced assessment of someone who had been taught to evaluate people by their clothing. His chin came up slightly. "You should be careful about who you make friends with on your first day. Some families, I think I can work out who's worth knowing on my own," Harry said pleasantly. "But thanks." Something flickered across Draco's face. He'd expected either deference or aggression and had gotten neither. "My father says, Malfoy," Harry said. Not unkindly. Just factually. "I'll see you at school." The blonde boy held his gaze for a moment, recalibrating. Then he withdrew, and his 2 large companions went with him, and Ron let out a breath. "Malfoy," Ron said, with feeling. "Bad family." Death Eaters, everyone knows, Harry said noncommittally, and looked back out the window. The train arrived at Hogsmeade Station as full dark settled over the mountains. Harry stepped out onto the platform and felt the cold air and looked up at the castle, vast, impossible, lit at every window, perched on its rock above the lake as if it had grown there rather than been built, and stood still for a moment. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Hagrid's voice, enormous and familiar. Harry walked toward it with Hermione on one side and Ron on the other, through the crowd of 11-year-olds, onto the wooden dock and into the boats. The lake was black glass beneath them. The castle grew as they approached it, detail resolving out of impression, the towers, the battlements, the great hall windows blazing with golden light. Harry sat in the boat and watched the castle come toward him and thought, Ragnarok said 12 hours. He'd touched the basin at Gringotts at 2 in the afternoon on August 31st, 47 legal instruments had activated simultaneously. 12 hours from 2 in the afternoon was 2 in the morning on September 1st. And the ministry worked early shifts. And the Wizengamot members would have been notified by owl, arriving at their homes this morning, being read over breakfast, being read with the particular horror of powerful people discovering that the world they thought they controlled had just changed shape. It was now approximately 9 in the evening on September 1st. Which meant the Aurors had had all day. Harry looked up at the blazing windows of the great hall and felt something that was not quite excitement and not quite dread, something that was the specific sensation of standing at the edge of something enormous and irreversible, knowing you'd chosen to be here, knowing there was no version of what came next that was small. The boats touched the bank. They climbed out, following Hagrid up the steps to the great doors. The doors opened. The entrance hall was all torchlight and stone and the smell of something extraordinary cooking somewhere, and a stern-looking witch with her hair in a tight bun was waiting for them with the expression of someone who kept the world in order through sheer personal determination. Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said, with his hat in his hands. Thank you, Hagrid, she said, and her eyes moved across the cluster of first years with the comprehensive assessment of someone who had been doing this for decades. They stopped on Harry for just a fraction of a second longer than the others. Her expression gave nothing away. Follow me, please. They were led through the doors into the entrance hall and then into a small side chamber while the sorting was prepared. McGonagall gave them a brief, precise explanation of houses and sorting and what would be expected of them. Harry listened, watched, and noticed that her hands were clasped in front of her with slightly more force than the occasion required. She was composed. She was precisely, deliberately composed, in the way people were composed when something had happened that required composing against. She knew, he thought. Or she suspected. Or she'd been in her office and received an owl this morning with an official ministry seal and had spent the day being very carefully and professionally normal while something enormous moved beneath the surface of her normal day. The ghosts came through the wall. Hermione made a small delighted sound beside him. Ron went slightly pale. Harry watched nearly headless Nick with genuine interest and thought, a bit absurdly, that he now technically owned the school these ghosts haunted, through House Gryffindor and House Hufflepuff and House Ravenclaw and House Slytherin, and that this was possibly the strangest Thursday he'd ever had. McGonagall reappeared. We're ready for you. They filed through the doors into the great hall. The ceiling was the first thing. Harry had read about it, it was bewitched to reflect the sky outside, but reading about it and looking up into what appeared to be the actual night sky, full of stars and thinly overcast with September cloud, were entirely different things. The hall was full, for long tables of students in black robes, candles floating overhead, the staff table at the far end, and at the center of it, standing behind the headmaster's chair, Albus Dumbledore. He was exactly what Harry had expected, from the wizard cards he'd collected and the portraits he'd seen mentioned in his history books. Tall. Silver-haired. Half-moon spectacles. An expression of the benign, omniscient wisdom that Harry now understood had been very carefully constructed. His robes were silver and blue and he stood with the ease of someone who had never once, in his entire life, stood anywhere he didn't belong. Harry looked at him for a moment. Dumbledore's eyes moved along the line of first years with warm, practiced welcome, and when they reached Harry they paused, a fraction, barely perceptible, and something moved in them. Recognition. Calculation. And then, smoothly, the warm welcome again, larger this time, with an extra degree of brightness. Harry looked away. The sorting hat was placed on a stool at the front of the hall and it sang, and Harry filed it under fascinating for later and waited. Names were called alphabetically. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor to enthusiastic applause and the expression of someone who had very specifically wanted that result. Neville Longbottom, round-faced, anxious, clutching a toad that had apparently been found, went to Gryffindor too, after a hat deliberation that seemed to shake him slightly. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin in under 5 seconds, looking satisfied. Potter, Harry. The room detonated. Harry walked forward through the noise. It was noise more than applause, a kind of communal intake of breath followed by eruption, and sat on the stool and had the hat dropped onto his head. The world narrowed to warm darkness. Well, said a voice that seemed to come from inside his skull. This is interesting. I don't think I've ever had, I know, Harry thought at it. Get on with it. There was a pause. The hat seemed amused. You've done your homework. I've done my homework. You could go anywhere. Slytherin would make you formidable, Ravenclaw would make you brilliant. But you already know where, don't you? Harry thought about his father, about his mother, about a house called Gryffindor whose lordship was his through blood right and ancient charter. Yes, he thought. I do. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table went completely wild. Harry handed back the hat, walked to the table, and sat down next to Hermione, who was already clapping. Neville was across from him, looking slightly more alive than he had during his own sorting. The rest of the sorting finished. Ron Weasley ended up in Gryffindor, dropping into the seat beside Harry with visible relief. Food appeared on the tables, staggering amounts of it, more food than Harry had seen in any one place in his entire life, and the hall filled with the noise of several hundred people being happy and hungry simultaneously. Harry ate. Not ravenously, not performatively, just steadily and well, with the focused enjoyment of someone who intended to eat every meal this well from here on out. Dumbledore rose at the staff table. The hall quieted with the practiced ease of people who had done this before. Welcome, Dumbledore said, and his voice carried beautifully, warm and authoritative and genuinely pleased, to another year at Hogwarts. For our new students, welcome for the first time. I always find the start of term, the doors of the Great Hall opened. Not the large entrance doors, the side door, the one that led to the corridor toward the entrance hall, that McGonagall had come through and gone back through all evening. It opened sharply, with purpose, and through it came 4 people in the deep red robes of Ministry Aurors. Behind them was a 5th person in the formal grey of Wizengamot official dress, carrying a scroll sealed in the official purple wax. The hall went completely, utterly silent. The kind of silence that had weight. The Aurors walked the length of the hall without hurrying. Their footsteps were the only sound. Dumbledore stood at the staff table and watched them come with an expression that Harry, watching very carefully from his seat at the Gryffindor table, could only describe as the expression of a chess player who had just seen the opponent make a move he'd considered but dismissed as too audacious. The Wizengamot official stopped at the end of the staff table. He unrolled the scroll with a crack that echoed. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, he read, in the precise, uninflected tone of official pronouncement. By authority of the Wizengamot of Magical Britain, emergency session, convened September 1st, you are hereby detained for examination under charges of hereditary fraud, illegal proxy establishment, violation of blood-bound contract law, misappropriation of minors' trust, 28 counts, and abuse of guardian authority. The hall breathed. The scroll snapped shut. You will accompany these Aurors to Ministry Holding, where you will remain until your preliminary hearing on October 15th. Dumbledore looked at the official for a moment. Then he looked, and it was deliberate, Harry was certain it was deliberate, down the Gryffindor table. His eyes found Harry's. Harry looked back at him steadily. Something passed across Dumbledore's face. It wasn't guilt. It wasn't rage. It was, Harry thought, something much more complicated than either of those, the expression of a man rewriting a very long, very confident narrative in real time, trying to find a new version of himself that still made sense. "Very well," Dumbledore said, quietly. He stepped away from the staff table. He didn't resist. He didn't argue. He went with the Aurors with the dignified calm of a man who had already decided on his next move, and the side door closed behind him, and the great hall sat in a silence so complete you could hear the candles. Then Percy Weasley, Ron's brother, Harry had gathered, a prefect at the Gryffindor table, said something to the first year beside him in a low, uncertain voice, and that broke the seal, and the noise came back in a wave, confused, excited, appalled, 100 whispered conversations igniting simultaneously. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall was sitting very still with her hands flat on the table in front of her. She was looking at the door Dumbledore had gone through. Her face was a thing that Harry couldn't read entirely, grief, maybe, and beneath it something harder and less comfortable, something that might have been the particular pain of being right about a thing you'd very much hoped to be wrong about. Harry looked away from her too. He picked up his fork. He finished his dinner. Across from him, Neville Longbottom was looking at the door the Aurors had come through with an expression of stunned bewilderment, and then he looked at Harry, and something in Harry's settled calm seemed to communicate itself to him, because Neville's shoulders came down half an inch. "What," Ron said, in a low, somewhat odd voice, "was that?" Harry looked at him. "That," he said, "was the beginning." He took a sip of pumpkin juice and looked back at the staff table, where the teachers were beginning, slowly, to reorient themselves toward the task of feeding a hall full of students who had just watched the most powerful man in their world be arrested mid-speech. Harry thought about Ragnarok's smile. About the word simultaneous. About 47 legal instruments and 12 hours and the very specific, patient anger of a bank that did not permit theft from its clients. He thought about tomorrow's classes and the library and everything he still had to learn. He ate a roast potato, and across the hall, in the Slytherin seats, Draco Malfoy was staring at him with an expression that had moved past surprise into something much more watchful and much more serious. Harry didn't look back. He was already thinking about Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Feast interrupted. The dormitory was too quiet for a room with 5 11-year-old boys in it. Harry lay in his four-poster bed and listened to the silence doing its work. Ron had talked for approximately 40 minutes after they'd been shown upstairs by Percy, a long, circular, increasingly breathless monologue about Dumbledore and the Ministry, and had Harry known and what did it mean, and had eventually run out of words and fallen asleep mid-sentence with the decisive unconsciousness of someone whose body had simply overruled his brain. Neville had been quiet the whole way up, the toad Trevor tucked in his hands, and had climbed into bed and pulled the curtains without saying anything at all. The other 2 Gryffindor boys, Seamus Finnegan, who was loud in a cheerful way that Harry suspected was genuine, and Dean Thomas, who was quieter and more observational, had done the rounds of speculation and eventually gone quiet too. Harry lay on his back and looked at the canopy above his bed. He wasn't anxious. That was the thing he noticed, carefully, like a doctor checking a patient's pulse. He'd expected to feel anxious. He'd spent 4 weeks preparing for this moment, for Dumbledore's arrest, for the feast, for the castle, for all of it, and now that it had happened he felt something that was closer to the specific clarity of a problem correctly solved. The first move had been made. The game was in motion. What he was, actually, was awake. He pulled back the curtains, found his school trunk by touch and memory, and retrieved the book he'd been reading on the train, a dense, moderately dry text called Wizengamot Procedure and Blood Law, a Practitioner's Guide, 3rd edition. He'd bought it in Diagon Alley on an impulse that had turned out to be one of his better ones. He took it to the window seat at the end of the dormitory, where the moonlight was strong enough to read by if he angled himself correctly, and read for 2 hours. He learned about the structure of the preliminary hearing. He learned about evidence presentation protocols, about the specific legal weight of Gringotts' blood documentation compared to ministry-filed evidence, about the way the Wizengamot's noble house seats operated in practice versus in theory. He learned that an accused party could file for a formal champion, a legal advocate who spoke for them in proceedings, and that the chief warlock position, currently held by Dumbledore, would be occupied by a temporary warlock appointment pending the outcome of the trial. He thought, acting chief warlock. Someone will take that position. That someone will run the trial. He wrote a note to himself on a piece of parchment and went to sleep. He woke at 6, before anyone else, showered in the bathroom that was inexplicably equipped with faucets that played music if you asked them to, he did not ask, and dressed in his uniform. He sat on the window seat with his parchment notes and watched the grounds come out of the pre-dawn gray, the lake going from black to silver to a pale, specific blue, and wrote a letter to Ragnarok. Director Ragnarok, he wrote. The arrest was made as anticipated. I assume you are monitoring the ministry's response. 2 questions. First, who is likely to be appointed temporary chief warlock, and how does that appointment work? Second, can you arrange for Arcturus Greengrass to be in contact before the preliminary hearing? I'd like to understand what happens next from someone who's argued in front of the Wizengamot before. HJP. He sealed it and looked at Hedwig, who was on her perch regarding him with the patient certainty of a creature who knew she was essential. Gringotts, he told her. Director's office specifically, if you can manage it. She looked at him in a way that suggested if you can manage it was a phrase she found slightly beneath her dignity, spread her wings, and was gone through the open window into the early morning. Harry went downstairs to the common room and found it empty, a fire already lit in the grate by some domestic magic he hadn't figured out yet. He sat in one of the armchairs and read for another hour. The portrait hole opened at 7 when Hermione came through it, fully dressed, bag already packed, with the expression of someone who had also been awake for a while. She stopped when she saw him. I wasn't expecting anyone to be up. Morning, Harry said. Have you read ahead on Transfiguration? She sat in the chair across from him immediately, bag on her knees. The chapter on the principle of reciprocal transformation. Have you? I read the chapter. I had some questions about it. They talked about transfiguration theory for 20 minutes, which was a genuinely good conversation, and Harry learned 2 things. Hermione's understanding of magical theory was extraordinary, deep and precise and carefully constructed, and her understanding of how to apply that theory under unpredictable conditions was still developing, which was simply a function of inexperience. She'd been learning from books for 11 years. She was absolutely ready to learn from doing. She just didn't know it yet. Ron came down at 7:30, hair in 6 different directions, and stopped at the bottom of the stairs to look at the 2 of them. Have you both been up all night? No, Harry said. I couldn't sleep, Hermione said, at the same time, in a completely different tone that nonetheless conveyed the same information. Ron sat down with them with the boneless comfort of someone who found furniture extremely reliable. Mum's going to write, he said. When she hears about last night. She's going to write and it's going to be, he made an expressive gesture. Mum has opinions about Dumbledore. Good ones or bad? Harry asked. Good ones. All good ones. She made a tapestry. He paused. It's actually pretty good, as tapestries go. It just has his face on it. Harry absorbed this. How does your family feel about the Wizengamot? Ron looked at him with new attention. It was the kind of look that said the question had landed differently than small talk. Dad works at the ministry. He's, you know, careful about, but yeah, he has feelings. Most people do. A beat. My family's always been sort of, on the side of things that are fair. If that makes sense. Like, it's not about Dumbledore specifically, it's about, what's right, Harry said. Yeah, Ron said, with some relief. Yeah, that. Breakfast was extraordinary. Not just the food, though the food was extraordinary, a long table of it appearing from nowhere, hot and plentiful and varied in a way that Harry was fairly sure he was never going to entirely take for granted, but the atmosphere. The Great Hall on the morning after Dumbledore's arrest was a masterclass in the specific social dynamics of institutional shock. The Gryffindor table was loud and speculative and fractionally defiant, older students holding court with theories. The Hufflepuff table was quieter, more troubled, with the look of people who were genuinely upset and not performing it. The Ravenclaw table was analytical, Harry could see it from here, the focused conversations, the occasional note-taking, which he found deeply admirable. The Slytherin table was the most interesting. There was a performance of studied calm over something that might have been satisfaction or might have been calculation, and Draco Malfoy was sitting with several other first-years with an expression that Harry would describe, charitably, as strategically neutral. At the staff table, McGonagall was in the center seat. Dumbledore's chair was conspicuously empty, which was both true and inevitable and still somehow hitting harder than expected. McGonagall was managing the hall with precise, quiet authority, speaking to other teachers in low voices, refilling her own teacup with the air of someone who was going to need several more. She looked like she'd slept approximately as much as Harry had. Beside her, a small, somewhat toad-like woman in pink whom Harry didn't recognize was eating with the particular attentiveness of a person cataloging everything around them. She had the look of someone official, someone sent. Harry made a note. "Who's the woman in pink?" he asked Ron. Ron leaned forward. "Don't know. New face." He craned his neck with the unself-consciousness of someone who had 6 brothers and therefore no capacity for embarrassment. "Could be a ministry appointment. Dad said something about the ministry wanting a presence at Hogwarts." "Of course they do," Harry said. Schedules were distributed with breakfast, delivered by owls to each student's plate with an efficiency that Harry found genuinely impressive. His first class was Transfiguration, with Gryffindor and Slytherin together. He registered this with mild interest, because sharing classes with Draco Malfoy on the morning after Dumbledore's arrest was going to be either boring or extremely informative. They had 40 minutes before the first class. Harry used them in the library. The Hogwarts library was large enough to be satisfying and restricted enough to be provocative. He found the restricted section behind a velvet rope and a magical ward and noted it for later, because there were at least 3 reference titles he'd spotted through the gap that he needed. The main collection was substantial, solid on standard curriculum subjects, good on history, reasonable on law, patchy on anything that wasn't ministry approved. He found a book on the history of the Wizengamot, pulled it, and stood at a reading table and found the section on the chief warlock appointment. The position was filled by emergency selection from the senior Wizengamot members, the 12 oldest noble house lords, when the sitting chief warlock was incapacitated or removed. It required a simple majority vote and could be overridden by a 2/3 majority of the full body. The 12 senior lords were listed in the book's appendix. Harry ran his finger down the list. 7 of them held lordships that were, per Ragnarok's documentation, either suppressed or stolen. Which meant 7 of the 12 people who would select the acting chief warlock were either actively or passively complicit in Dumbledore's crimes, because without the suppression of Harry's claims those lordships would have passed to Harry's line, not to them. He stood at the table for a moment, thinking about this. Then he went to Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall, as it turned out, was a grey tabby cat when they arrived. Harry had read about animagi in one of his supplementary texts and recognized the transformation almost immediately, not from anything visual but from the specific quality of the cat's attention, which was not the scattered, contextual attention of an actual cat but the focused, evaluating attention of a very intelligent human who happened to currently have paws. He sat in the front row, which surprised several other students, and watched the cat become McGonagall with the frank appreciation of someone watching excellent magic. Transfiguration, McGonagall said, without preamble, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who is foolish, immature, or inattentive, a very slight pause that somehow communicated the word especially regarding the Slytherin half of the room, will have cause to regret it. She looked at the class. Today we begin with the principle. You will attempt to transfigure a match into a needle. You will likely not succeed today. What I require is that you understand why the transformation works before you attempt it. Miss Granger. Hermione had her hand up with the urgency of someone whose arm might detach if the question went unanswered. McGonagall gave her a look that managed to convey both recognition and gentle resignation, and nodded. Hermione explained the principle of reciprocal transformation correctly, comprehensively, and with a small amount of additional detail that suggested she'd gone slightly beyond the textbook. McGonagall said, 5 points to Gryffindor, and that will do, Miss Granger, with the tone of someone who knew exactly how much rope to give. Then McGonagall looked at Harry. Mr. Potter. The principle involves the relationship between the object's current form and its intended form. What does that mean in practical terms when the two forms are materially different, as, for example, wood and metal? It was a harder question. A testing question, the kind McGonagall didn't ask first years on their first day in the standard curriculum. Harry knew she was testing him specifically, and he understood why. There were things she needed to know about him and she was going to find them out through the method most natural to her, which was through the work. The magical intention has to bridge the gap between what the object is and what you want it to be, Harry said. If you're only thinking about the end result, you're working against the object's existing structure. But if you understand both forms well enough, you can feel where they're already similar. A match and a needle are both long and thin and pointed, and the magic follows the similarity rather than fighting the difference. McGonagall looked at him for a moment. Correct, she said. 5 points to Gryffindor. She moved on. Harry picked up his match and looked at it. He thought about what he'd just said, the magic follows the similarity, and felt for the thing inside him that moved when he wasn't trying, the magic that had been following its own logic since before he knew what it was. He tried to do consciously what it did naturally. He thought about the match and the needle, the shared geometry of them, the way a needle was just a match that had decided to be useful in a different context, the match became a needle. Not perfectly, there was still a faint grain to it, a wood memory that hadn't quite let go, but it was unmistakably, functionally a needle. Silver, sharp, the eye small but present. Harry picked it up and looked at it. From across the room came the sound of something happening, and a long silence, and then McGonagall was standing at his desk and looking at the needle and at him, and her expression was doing the complicated thing again, the thing where several emotions moved through it in quick sequence, and the one that settled on the surface was not the one that had moved most recently underneath. Mr. Potter, she said, quietly. This is your first wand casting? First formal one, yes. He didn't mention the month of wandless practice at Privet Drive. That was its own conversation. She looked at the needle for another moment. Then, see me after class. She moved on. Across the aisle in the Slytherin section, Draco Malfoy was looking at Harry's needle with an expression that was half impressed and half calculating, and beside him Theodore Nott, a quiet, dark-eyed boy Harry had placed as interesting from the first minute, was looking at nothing in particular with the focused blankness of someone processing something privately. No one else in the room had a needle. Most people had a slightly confused match. Hermione, by the end of the class, had a needle too. Hers was perfect, no wood grain, no memory, precise as a diagram. She looked at it and then at Harry's, and Harry said, better than mine, and meant it, and she looked startled and then pleased in the uncomplicated way of someone who wasn't used to being told that. After class, while the other students filed out, Harry stayed. McGonagall was straightening papers at her desk with precise, small movements. She waited until the room was empty, and then she looked up. Close the door, please, she said. Harry closed it. She looked at him for a long moment. There was something she wanted to say and something else she wasn't sure she should say, and Harry could see them competing in her expression. What happened last night, she said finally, was, I want you to understand that it was, she stopped. Started again. Albus Dumbledore has been the leader of this school and this community for a very long time. What was alleged last night is, true, Harry said. She looked at him. I know it's true, Harry said, not unkindly. I know because Gringotts has been accumulating evidence for 10 years and my blood test activated their legal case. I know because I've spent 4 weeks reading about blood law and Wizengamot procedure. And I know because I have a list of 28 house names with Dumbledore's signature beside most of them. He watched her face. You didn't know. I'm not suggesting you knew. McGonagall set down the papers she'd been holding. She sat. The motion had a quality that Harry recognized, not weakness, exactly, but the deliberate act of choosing to sit when standing was taking more energy than it should. I had suspicions, she said. The word came out like something being laid down after being carried a long way. About certain things. Not the full scope of what was, but certain choices he made. About your placement. About communication channels being limited. She looked at Harry directly. I want you to know that if I had understood the full picture, I believe you, Harry said. And he did. Professor, I'm not looking for someone to blame. I'm looking to understand what comes next, and I'd rather understand it with people who are honest with me than figure it out alone. McGonagall looked at him for another moment. Then she said, You are not what I expected. What did you expect? Honestly? A boy who needed protection and guidance and careful handling. She said it with the exact candor of someone who was recalibrating in real time. Instead, I have a first year who cast a perfect transfiguration on his first day and apparently spent the summer studying Wizengamot procedure. I had a month, Harry said. I read fast. Something moved in her face that was almost, very briefly, a smile. The position of temporary chief warlock will be filled by Friday, she said, shifting into a register that was more collegial than he'd expected. There are 3 probable candidates. Lord Greengrass of House Greengrass, he is fair, and he is not easily manipulated. Madame Longbottom of House Longbottom, who is formidable in her own right but whose relationship with Dumbledore has always been, complex. And Minister Fudge, who is not a noble lord but who will push for a ministry appointment on the grounds of interim stability. She looked at him steadily. I suspect you already knew about Greengrass. Ragnarok recommended him as legal counsel, Harry said. Not as chief warlock. He would be better as both. Can he do both? McGonagall considered this. No. Not within existing precedent. He would have to choose. She paused. Or someone would have to persuade the existing framework that new precedent was warranted. Harry thought about this. Thank you, Professor. Don't do anything that gets you expelled in the first week, she said, which was not exactly a warning and not exactly a blessing and was, Harry suspected, the closest thing to go ahead that Minerva McGonagall was capable of issuing on one day's acquaintance. He went to his next class. The day moved through its rhythms, charms with the short, enthusiastic Professor Flitwick, who squeaked with delight when Harry demonstrated a Wingardium Leviosa that put his feather not just into the air but into a slow, controlled orbit above his desk. History of Magic with Professor Binns, who was a ghost and who lectured with the specific lifelessness of someone for whom even death had not significantly changed the quality of the experience. Defense against the dark arts with Professor Quirrell. Something was wrong with him. Harry noticed it the way he'd noticed the moving staircases and the way the Sorting Hat had felt, as a kind of magical sense that had been quietly developing since he'd started paying attention to it. Quirrell was nervous, that was obvious, visible, he stuttered and flinched and seemed perpetually braced for something, but beneath the nervousness was something else. A secondary thing. Like a second heartbeat that was slightly out of sync with the first. Harry sat in his defense class and listened to Quirrell's shaky lecture on defensive theory and thought, there's something else in this room. He couldn't name it. He couldn't locate it precisely. But he filed it under important with the instinctive certainty of someone whose instincts had been quietly getting better for a month. The afternoon ended. They went back to Gryffindor Tower for free period before dinner, and Harry found Hedwig waiting for him on his bed with 2 letters tied to her leg. She had the satisfaction of a professional who has completed an assignment efficiently and expected acknowledgement. Good girl, Harry told her, and she pressed her head against his hand with a warmth that felt genuine, because with Hedwig it always was. He unrolled the first letter. Ragnar's handwriting, sharp and precise. Lord Potter, it began, the title still landed oddly, like a shoe that fit but that he wasn't used to wearing yet. The acting chief warlock question is already in motion. As of this morning, a petition was filed by Lord Greengrass to convene the senior council within 48 hours. This was opposed by Ministry Liaison Cornelius Fudge, who is lobbying for an interim appointment of his own choosing. Lord Greengrass has, in my professional assessment, the stronger legal position. However, the outcome will depend on which 5 of the 12 senior lords Fudge can persuade to support a ministry override. Your identification of the conflict of interest among the senior lords is correct. I took the liberty of filing a preemptive conflict of interest challenge against the 7 affected lords this morning, on your behalf, under Blood Law Clause 114, a lord whose position was established through fraudulent suppression of a prior claim cannot exercise voting rights in proceedings related to that prior claim without prior adjudication of their own status. This is aggressive legal strategy, and Arcturus Greengrass, when I informed him of it this morning, used the word magnificent 3 times. He will write to you separately. He would very much like to take your case. Harry set down the letter. He read it again. Then he picked up the second letter, which was on heavier parchment in dark green ink, with a seal he didn't recognize, a serpent wound around a sword. Lord Potter, it read. I am Arcturus Greengrass, recently retired from the practice of Wizengamot law, currently somewhat urgently unretired. Ragnar has briefed me on the full scope of your situation. I will be direct, this is the most significant inheritance and fraud case in 3 centuries. It is also, from a purely legal structural standpoint, one of the most elegantly arranged cases I have ever seen, and I have seen a great many. The Gringotts documentation is immaculate. The blood law grounds are solid. The conflict of interest challenge Ragnar filed this morning is the kind of move that makes me wish I had thought of it first. I would like to represent you in the Wizengamot proceedings beginning October 15th. I would also, if you are amenable, like to visit Hogwarts at your convenience for a preliminary meeting. I am on reasonably good terms with the deputy headmistress. The enclosed is a preliminary briefing on your legal position. Please read it before we speak. Arcturus Greengrass, House Greengrass. A sheaf of parchment fell out of the letter when Harry unfolded it fully, dense, footnoted, legal in structure but surprisingly readable, written by someone who genuinely loved what they were doing. Harry put it on his bed and started reading. Ron arrived 20 minutes later, dropped his bag on his own bed, fell backward onto it, stared at the ceiling, and said, "Right, so, are we going to talk about last night or are we all just pretending it didn't happen? What do you want to know?" Harry asked, not looking up from the parchment. Ron turned his head to look at him. "You knew, didn't you? Before last night?" "Yes." "How?" "Gringotts." Ron was quiet for a moment, processing this. "The blood test thing." "Yes." "Dumbledore actually," Ron stopped. Started again. "He actually stole from you?" "Like, properly, legally stole." 28 times, Harry said. "Give or take complications." He looked up. "Your family's always supported what's right. Ragnar told me today that the conflict of interest challenge he filed means 7 of the senior lords can't vote on the acting chief warlock appointment, which means Greengrass almost certainly gets it, which means the preliminary hearing gets a fair chair." He paused. "I'm telling you this because I think you'll actually care, not because I'm performing it for you." Ron looked at him for a long time. Something settled in his expression, the thing that happened when Ron Weasley decided something was real and worth being loyal to. Harry had been watching for it. "Right," Ron said. "What do you need?" "Right now?" "Someone who knows the school. Where things are, who the older students are, which teachers can be trusted." Ron sat up. "Percy knows everything. He'll try to make it boring but he knows everything." He thought for a moment. "Fred and George are 3rd years. They know things Percy doesn't know. Different kind of things. Tell me about them. Ron's face arranged itself into the expression of someone who loved something complicated. They're mental. In the best way. They know every secret passage in the castle and they invented approximately 40 things that shouldn't exist and they think rules are basically suggestions, but they are not stupid. They're actually really clever, they just save it for things they care about. He paused. They'd love you. Introduce me at dinner, Harry said. Dinner was louder than breakfast had been, in the specific way of a community that had had all day to process its shock and was now deep in the opinionated stage. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione. She'd spent the afternoon in the library and arrived with a stack of notes that suggested she'd done more research on the Wizengamot in 4 hours than most adults managed in a year, and ate his way through excellent food while Fred and George Weasley introduced themselves with the energy of people who had been expecting him and had prepared material. They were identical in the way of twins who had decided to lean into it rather than fight it, and they looked at Harry with the bright, assessing attention of people who were very funny and also not remotely stupid. So, Fred said. To be clear, George said. You walked into Hogwarts, on your first night, and the most powerful man in Britain got arrested mid-speech, and you ate your dinner. And had pudding, Harry confirmed. They stared at him. We're going to get along, Fred said, to George. Exceptionally well, George agreed. Hermione leaned forward. Harry, I found something in the library today. The conflict of interest challenge Gringotts filed, there's case precedent from 1876, Mobby versus the Wizengamot Senior Council, where a similar challenge was used to vacate 7 provisional appointments simultaneously. If that precedent holds in your case, then the 7 lords who were installed through suppressed claims might lose their seats entirely, Harry finished. Not just their voting rights on this specific matter. Their seats. Hermione blinked. You already knew. Ragnarok mentioned it as a possibility. I wasn't sure of the precedent. He looked at her notes. What was the outcome of Mobby? 5 of the 7 vacated. 2 maintained their positions on grounds of independent legitimate claim, basically, they had a backup claim that didn't involve fraud. She pushed the notes toward him. Greengrass is listed as the precedent attorney in the Mobby case. It was his grandfather's case. Harry looked at the notes for a moment. He mentioned in his letter that Ragnarok's conflict of interest challenge was the kind of move he wished he'd thought of himself, Harry said slowly. He'd already thought of it. He knows this precedent better than anyone. Which means he knew exactly what that challenge would do and he approved of Ragnarok doing it. Which means he's already thinking about this in terms of the larger structural consequences, Hermione said, not just the specific trial. Which means he and I want the same things from this proceeding. Harry looked up. Good. Across the table, Neville Longbottom had been listening to this exchange with the expression of someone watching a tennis match that was being played in a foreign language, following the rhythm even without fully catching the words. Harry looked at him. Your family, Harry said carefully. House Longbottom. Are they close to the Wizengamot? Neville's face went through several things. Gran is. She's, yes. She has opinions. He paused. She wrote me a letter today, actually. He produced a folded piece of parchment from his pocket that had the look of something read several times. She says the arrest was, he stopped. Something complicated was happening in his face. Gran's always talked about Dumbledore like he was, you know, the person. The one person keeping everything together. And the letter today was, he stopped again. She's upset. But it's not the kind of upset that means she thinks it was wrong. Does that make sense? Yes, Harry said. Neville looked at him. Do you know about House Longbottom? And the claims thing? Because Ragnarok, he stopped. Because I got a letter from Gringotts this summer too. Asking me to come in. But Gran said it wasn't necessary, it was all handled. His voice went very careful on the last 3 words. Harry looked at him steadily. Did you go? No, Neville said. Gran said no. Harry made a note in his head. He kept his face quiet. Neville, do you trust me yet? Neville thought about this with the seriousness of someone who had been burned by trusting too easily. A bit, he said, honestly. Good. When you trust me more, I'll tell you what I think about that letter from Gringotts. Harry kept his voice level. Not because I want to upset you, but because I think you deserve the information. Neville looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, the nod of someone filing something important. The pink woman in the ministry robes was sitting at the staff table and eating with careful attention, writing something on a notepad between bites. Harry had been watching her. She'd spoken to McGonagall twice during dinner, once with an expression that was professional friendliness and once with an expression that was something else, something that had McGonagall's shoulders going very slightly squarer. Who is she? He asked Ron. Ron looked up. The pink one. Oh, right, Fred said she's from the ministry. Some kind of educational inspector or oversight officer. Dolores Umbridge. The name didn't mean anything to Harry yet. He stored it. After dinner came the chaos of moving several hundred students back to their common rooms and the specific ritual of first years learning to navigate a moving castle. Harry had been paying attention during every transit since they arrived and had already built a reasonable internal map. He didn't get lost, which Seamus and Ron both did, with the resigned cheerfulness of people who had developed a philosophy around it. He was going upstairs with the others when a fifth-year prefect stopped beside him and said, in a low voice, Professor McGonagall wants to see you before curfew. Her office. Harry told Ron he'd be up later, ignored Ron's expression of theatrical curiosity, and went. McGonagall's office was on the third floor, which Harry now had mentally mapped. It was a place of bookshelves and papers and an extraordinary amount of tartan, which he was not going to mention, and a fire that was burning in the grate with the specific warmth of a fire that had been burning in the same room for a very long time. McGonagall was at her desk, and she was not alone. Sitting across from her was a woman Harry had not seen before, middle-aged, with the very specific quality of authority that came from long practice in actual dangerous situations rather than from institutional position. Short gray hair, sharp eyes, and the look of someone who had decided to sit in this particular chair for a very specific purpose. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said. This is Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry looked at Amelia Bones. She looked back at him with the direct assessment of someone who didn't waste time. Lord Potter, she said. She used the title deliberately and without ceremony, which immediately told Harry something important about her. I thought it best to meet you in person before the preliminary hearing. I will be the ministry's lead investigator on the Dumbledore matter. A pause. I want you to understand that this investigation will be conducted without favor. The evidence will be followed wherever it leads. Including places that might be uncomfortable for the ministry? Harry asked. Something moved in Bones' expression. Not offense, something more like satisfaction. Including there, she said. The ministry has, let's say it has a complicated relationship with accountability. What I can tell you is that my department has that relationship too, and I intend to change it. She looked at him steadily. Ragnock speaks highly of you. He doesn't do that lightly. He wants the same thing I want, Harry said. Which is for the evidence to be what it is without anyone tampering with it. The evidence is already in Gringotts' possession, filed in 47 separate sealed instruments, Bones said. Tampering isn't possible at this stage. What's possible is political interference with the trial structure, ministry appointments to the hearing bench, selective interpretation of Wizengamot procedures, delays. She paused. The conflict of interest challenge Ragnock filed this morning removes the 7 most likely ministry-friendly votes from the senior council. That was very well timed. Ragnock's good at timing, Harry said. As are you, apparently. She looked at him for a moment. What do you want from the trial, Lord Potter? Beyond the legal remediation of the stolen lordships. I want the process to be clean, Harry said. I want Dumbledore to face a full presentation of evidence, with proper legal representation, before a legitimately appointed chief warlock. I want the outcome to be whatever the evidence says it should be, without anyone, including me, being able to manipulate it toward a predetermined result. He paused. And I want the suppression wards on my lordships dissolved before the hearing, so that the Wizengamot understands the composition of its own membership going forward. Bones looked at him. The suppression ward dissolution would require a petition to the full Wizengamot. Arcturus Greengrass filed it this afternoon, Harry said. Ragnarok confirmed it in his evening letter. A very specific kind of silence. Then Amelia Bones looked at Minerva McGonagall with an expression that was the professional equivalent of well then, and McGonagall returned the look with something that was almost fond, in a way that clearly wasn't quite involuntary. I will keep you informed of the investigation's progress, Bones said to Harry. Through official channels where possible, through Ragnarok where necessary. I won't ask you to stay out of it, that would be absurd. But I will ask that you tell me before you do anything that will significantly move the legal landscape, because it is easier for me to protect the investigation's integrity if I'm not surprised. Agreed, Harry said immediately. Same from you. Bones looked at him again. Same from me, she said, and the tone of it was not condescension and not amusement and not the careful gentleness of an adult managing a child. It was the tone of a person entering a professional agreement with someone they had decided, in approximately 10 minutes, was worth taking seriously. Harry went back to the dormitory. Ron was already asleep again. Hermione had apparently been in here while Harry was with McGonagall, which he knew because there was a note on his pillow in her handwriting, found something about the Black family claim that I think is important. We'll tell you at breakfast. Also your transfiguration was incredible, just so you know. Harry smiled at the note, which surprised him slightly. He lay in bed and looked at the canopy. Hedwig was on her perch making the small sounds of a sleeping bird. Outside the window the Scottish sky was doing something spectacular, stars dense and bright and too numerous, the way they only got when there was no Muggle light for miles. Day 2, he thought. He had learned, magic wanted to flow, not be forced. Hermione was the best ally in this year he was going to find. Ron's loyalty was real and should be treated as real. McGonagall had chosen a side and it was a good one. Amelia Bones was honest in the specific, structural way that made her dangerous to liars. Arcturus Greengrass had already thought of every move Harry had thought of and approved of them all. Neville Longbottom had received a letter from Gringotts that his grandmother told him to ignore, and that was not nothing. And Quirrell had something wrong with him that wasn't nervousness. Harry filed it all. He closed his eyes. The stars outside didn't move, because stars didn't, but the world beneath them was shifting in its foundations, and the shift was irreversible, and he had started it, and he was 11 years old, and he had absolutely no intention of stopping. He was asleep within minutes. Chapter 3, The Weight of 13 Seats. The owl arrived at breakfast on Wednesday with a copy of the Daily Prophet attached to its leg and the specific urgency of a bird that knew it was carrying something important. Harry didn't subscribe to the Prophet. The owl landed in front of Ron, who did, and Ron unrolled it and went very still in the way people went still when something on a page was actively rearranging their understanding of the world. The headline was in the largest font Harry had seen outside of Muggle tabloids. Dumbledore arrested, Gringotts evidence reveals decades of hereditary fraud. 28 Noble House claims stolen from the boy who lived by Rita Skeeter. Special correspondent Harry leaned over and read it while his toast got cold. Rita Skeeter wrote The Way a Fire Burned, fast, consuming, not entirely concerned with what it destroyed in the process, but even through the melodrama the core facts were accurate. The blood test. The 47 legal instruments. The list of houses. Dumbledore's name, repeated in the article 6 times in 6 different contexts, each one slightly more damning than the last. There was a photograph of Harry on the front page. He didn't know where it had come from, it was grainy, taken from a distance, and showed him walking out of the Gringotts entrance on August 31st with his trunk in Hedwig's cage. He was looking straight ahead with an expression that Rita Skeeter's caption described as grim determination and that Harry, looking at it now, thought was more accurately described as thinking about dinner. "Well," Hermione said, reading over his other shoulder, "at least most of the facts are right." "She got the number of vaults wrong," Harry said. "And she spelled Ragnarok's name incorrectly." "She spells everything incorrectly if it gets her more drama," said George Weasley from 3 seats down, leaning past 2 second-years to get a look at the paper. "She once wrote a piece about Mum's garden gnome situation and spelled our last name 4 different ways." The Great Hall had the quality of a pot coming to the boil. Half the students had already seen the paper, the other half were currently being told about it in the compressed, urgent whisper of people sharing information they considered precious. At the Slytherin table, several older students had gone visibly taut. At the Ravenclaw table, the response was more analytical. Harry could see students with the paper open and annotated, which he found genuinely admirable even now. McGonagall was at the staff table with the Prophet open and her teacup untouched, reading with the focused expression of someone identifying what was accurate, what was exaggerated, and what was going to cause problems, in that order. The Pink Woman, Umbridge, was reading her own copy with an expression of fixed pleasantness that Harry was beginning to understand was her resting face and should not be mistaken for anything warm. "She mentions me," Neville said quietly, from across the table. Harry looked up. Neville had Ron's copy now, open to the second page, and his finger was on a paragraph. Harry reached over and turned it to read. "Among the affected house claims is a secondary interest in House Longbottom, whose current head Augusta Longbottom has been conspicuously silent regarding the filing. Sources within the Wizengamot suggest that House Longbottom may have its own entanglements with the suppression wards in question, which could prove significant as the hearing approaches." "Gran is going to see this," Neville said, in the tone of someone for whom that sentence contained multitudes. "What will she do?" Harry asked. Neville thought about it. "Probably write a letter. A very formal one. In the very specific way she writes when she's not wrong, she's just," he stopped. "She would never have done anything she knew was wrong. But if Dumbledore told her it was fine, and she trusted Dumbledore," he looked at the paper again. "She trusted him for a long time." Harry looked at Neville. Really looked at him, at the round face that was still mostly a child's face but with something older and wearier in the eyes, the boy who had been told repeatedly and in multiple ways that he wasn't quite enough, that the Longbottom name weighed more than he did. A boy whose parents were in St. Mungo's, Harry had gathered from something Ron had said the night before in a careful, quiet voice that meant it was sad and not to be pushed. "Neville," Harry said. "After classes today. Can you come to the library with me and Hermione?" Neville looked up. "Why?" "Because I want to show you something, and I think you're ready for it now." Neville held his gaze for a moment, doing that measuring thing he did. "Okay," he said. Morning classes moved with the specific pace of a week that was still establishing its rhythm. Charms was first. Flitwick was delightful in the precise way of someone who loved their subject so much that the love was contagious, and Harry found Charms the most immediately intuitive of his subjects, which made sense when he thought about it. Charms was about intention meeting magic in a direct line. Transfiguration was about the relationship between forms. Defense was about understanding what you were facing before you responded to it. They were all, at their root, about the same thing, which was the relationship between a wizard's will and the world's willingness to accommodate it. He cast Wingardium Leviosa in Charms and the feather went up, which was expected. What he did after that, controlling its descent, altering its spin midair, stopping it at a precise point 3 feet above the desk and holding it there without strain, was not expected, and Flitwick squeaked loud enough to draw attention from half the room. Superb control, Mr. Potter, quite superb, 5 points to Gryffindor, 10 points, I think. The sustained hold without visible effort is extremely unusual for a. Flitwick collected himself with visible effort. Yes. Very good. Continue. Harry put the feather down gently and looked at his wand. He'd gotten it on the September 1st train. He'd gone to Ollivander's while Ron was in the bathroom at King's Cross, 10 minutes before the train was scheduled, because the wandless practice had shown him something about how his magic worked and he'd wanted to see what Ollivander made of it without Hagrid's narration. Ollivander had been extraordinary, a small, silver-eyed man who moved like someone perpetually listening for a note just outside human hearing range. He'd tried 14 wands. He'd looked at Harry with increasing intentness. He'd produced the 15th wand, Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, and the warmth that had flooded through Harry when he touched it had felt like recognition rather than discovery. Like something that had always been true becoming audible. Ollivander had said, in a very quiet voice, curious. Very curious. The phoenix whose feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry had thought about that every day since. Defense Against the Dark Arts, 2nd period. Quirrell's classroom smelled like garlic, aggressively, pervasively, with the quality of a smell being deployed rather than simply existing. Harry sat in the middle of the room and watched Quirrell move through the lesson on common hexes with the specific alertness he'd been applying to Quirrell since day one. It was still there. The secondary thing. The out-of-sync quality that he couldn't name yet but could consistently feel, like a radio signal playing beneath another radio signal, almost but not quite masked by the static. Quirrell was afraid. But he wasn't afraid of his students, or of being found inadequate, or of any of the ordinary things a nervous teacher feared. He was afraid in the way someone was afraid when they were carrying something they hadn't chosen to carry and couldn't put down. Harry watched him the whole lesson. He didn't raise his hand. He answered questions when called on, correctly, briefly, and spent the rest of the time observing. When Quirrell turned to write on the board, Harry noticed the back of his turban. The way it was wound. The specific care with which it covered not just the top of the head but the back, all the way down. After class, walking out into the corridor, he fell into step beside Hermione, who was making notes. "Quirrell," he said quietly. "I know," she said, just as quietly, which told him her instincts were also working. "There's something, I don't know what yet," Harry said. "But we should. Lunch." The great hall was still humming with the prophet's news, additional layers added now as Morning Post had brought letters from home and the ministry's official statement had been distributed, a carefully worded piece of bureaucratic language that acknowledged the legal proceedings, expressed confidence in the justice process, and said nothing with extraordinary efficiency. Harry had 5 letters of his own. 3 from strangers, wizarding families he'd never heard of, writing to express either support or outrage with roughly equal energy. 1 from Ragnarok, which he saved. 1 from Arcturus Greengrass, which he read first. The Suppression Ward dissolution petition was accepted for review, Greengrass wrote. "This is moving faster than I expected, which either means the Wizengamot is taking this seriously or someone on the inside wants it resolved quickly for their own reasons. I am operating on the assumption that it is both. The acting chief warlock vote occurs on Friday. Fudge has lost 3 of his expected supporters following the Conflict of Interest challenge, which leaves him with at most 4 of the 12 votes, assuming the 7 challenged lords are excluded. Lord Ogden of House Ogden will vote with Fudge regardless of the legal challenge's outcome. He has financial entanglements with the ministry that predate the current situation. Expect Lord Ogden to be difficult. I will be at Hogwarts on Thursday at 2 o'clock, with Professor McGonagall's kind permission. I look forward to meeting you. A.G. Harry folded the letter and picked up Ragnarok's. The prophet article will generate significant noise, Ragnarok wrote, with the tone of someone who found noise professionally irritating. Some of it will be useful. The detail regarding House Longbottom's potential entanglement was, I note, not in anything I shared with the press. Rita Skeeter has a source within either the DMLE or the Wizengamot itself. Madam Bones should be informed. On other matters, Dumbledore's legal representative has been identified as one Elphias Doge, which suggests that Dumbledore's first strategy will be personal loyalty rather than legal argument. Doge is not an incompetent attorney but he is not Greengrass, and this is not a case that personal loyalty can argue away. The blood documentation is absolute. One additional matter, I am told you noticed something about Professor Quirrell. I mention this because Gringotts has, for some years, had concerns about a particular account held in the name of Nicholas Flamel, specifically Vault 713. In the last 24 hours, that vault has been flagged as pending review following an attempt, unsuccessful, to breach its protective wards. The attempt occurred on July 31st, your birthday, the same morning Hagrid collected you from the Dursleys. The timing, as I am sure you appreciate, is noted. Harry set the letter down and looked at the table for a moment. Vault 713. Flamel. July 31st. He thought about Hagrid, sent to collect Harry from the Dursleys on the same day someone was trying to breach a specific vault. He thought about Quirrell's secondary signal. He thought about a turban wrapped too carefully over the back of a head. He thought about a wand whose brother had given him the scar on his forehead, and a prophecy he hadn't been told about but could infer existed from the way grown witches and wizards looked at him when they thought he wasn't noticing. He went to herbology in the afternoon with his brain working on 2 tracks simultaneously. The afternoon's other discovery was that Harry was very good at herbology, which he hadn't predicted. It turned out that 11 years of Aunt Petunia's garden, forced labor though it had been, had given him a genuine understanding of plants as living things with specific needs and behaviors, and magical plants were simply living things with more personality. Professor Sprout was a cheerful, dirt-covered woman who looked like she'd grown out of the ground herself, and she gave him an assessing nod when he correctly identified a devil's snare cutting by touch and advised the student next to him on the correct repotting angle for a young mandrake. "You've worked with plants before," she said. "My aunt had a garden," Harry said. Sprout looked at him with the specific warmth of someone who recognized competence born from difficult circumstances and respected it. 10 points to Gryffindor, she said, and moved on. After dinner, Neville came to the library. Hermione was already there at a corner table, the Mobby vs. Wizengamot case open beside her notes on the Longbottom secondary claim. Harry sat across from her and Neville sat at the end, his toad on the table in front of him with the air of a moral support animal who had been pressed into service. "Right," Harry said. "I want to show you something, Neville, and I want you to hear all of it before you respond." "Okay." Neville nodded. Harry laid out what he knew about House Longbottom's connection to the suppression wards, carefully, factually, without editorializing. The secondary claim through a distant bloodline that had been dormant for decades. The Gringotts flag on the Longbottom account that suggested the same suppression magic used on Harry's lordships had been applied, in a lesser form, to Neville's inheritance records. The letter Neville had received this summer asking him to come in for an assessment, and Augusta Longbottom's refusal to allow it. Neville listened with both hands flat on the table, very still. "I don't think your Gran knew," Harry said. "I want to be clear about that. The suppression on your account is subtle. It's the kind of thing that would look like routine inheritance management to someone who trusted the people doing it. Dumbledore had access to a lot of inheritance management documentation through his Wizengamot positions." "What does it mean?" Neville asked. His voice was steady, which told Harry something about him. "Practically. What does it mean for me?" "It means your inheritance may not be fully settled," Hermione said, as gently as she could manage while still being precise. "There may be assets or titles that should have passed to you that were," she glanced at Harry. "Redirected," Harry said. "To Dumbledore?" Neville asked. "To the general suppression pool," Harry said. "The way these wards work, the redirected claims don't go to a specific person, they get frozen in a kind of magical holding pattern. Which means they're recoverable. If you go to Gringotts for the assessment, they can tell you exactly what the picture looks like." Neville was quiet for a long moment. The toad made a small sound. "Gran said no," he said finally. "I know," Harry said. "But I'm the one it affects," Neville said, and there was something in his voice that was new, something that had found a foothold and was testing its own weight on it. "It's my inheritance. Mine." He looked at Harry. If I wanted to go to Gringotts myself, without asking Gran, you're 11, Harry said. You'd need an adult to authorize the assessment. McGonagall? Hermione offered. Harry thought about it. McGonagall has authorized a lot in the past 3 days. I don't want to put too much on her at once. He looked at the table. Amelia Bones is coming to Hogwarts Thursday. I have a meeting. Neville, if you wanted, you could be there. Neville looked at him. Why would you do that? Help me, I mean. You barely know me. Because what was done to you was wrong, Harry said simply. And because you're the kind of person who deserves to know what's his. The silence that followed was the kind that had texture. Okay, Neville said quietly. Thursday came with weather that had decided to demonstrate the full range of Scottish autumn in a single day, bright and cold in the morning, aggressively rainy by noon, clearing into a sharp, crystalline late afternoon that made the grounds look carved from something precious. Harry's morning was double potions. He had known from Ron's warning, Snape's horrible to everyone who isn't Slytherin, but especially to you, everyone says so, that this was coming. He had read ahead in the textbook, which was dense and fascinating in the specific way of a subject that required both precise science and genuine intuition, and he had thought about how to handle a teacher who had decided the outcome before the class began. Severus Snape was not what Harry expected, and Harry had expected a great deal. He was tall, black-robed, with a quality of contained intensity that Harry recognized, the specific energy of someone very intelligent who had chosen to weaponize that intelligence against the world before the world could use it against them. He swept into the classroom with the authority of someone who owned every room he entered, which was real authority, not performed. When he looked at Harry across the classroom, his expression was not what Harry would have called simple hatred, it was more complicated than that, older and more layered, the face of someone conducting a very long, very private argument that Harry's presence had just interrupted. Potter, Snape said, at the appropriate moment in his opening lecture, in the specific tone of someone preparing a trap they'd been building for years. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry had read ahead. The draught of living death, he said. One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. Asphodel and wormwood are both associated with grief and death in different folkloric traditions, which is reflected in the potion's effect, not simply unconsciousness but something closer to a state between living and dying. He paused. The preparation technique varies depending on whether you want the sleep to be reversible. Snape looked at him. The trap hadn't worked. He recalibrated. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? A goat's stomach, Harry said. It's a calcified mass that forms naturally and acts as a universal antidote to most common poisons. It's most effective in the stomach of a Persian mountain goat specifically, though Himalayan varieties have comparable properties for a narrower range of poisons. Another beat. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Nothing. They're the same plant, also called aconite. The different names have different regional origins. It's also highly toxic in unprocessed form, which is presumably why you asked. It's one of the first things you're warned not to handle without preparation. Harry met Snape's gaze steadily. I looked ahead in the textbook. Snape held his gaze for a long moment. The classroom had gone very quiet. Clearly, Snape said. His voice gave nothing away. He moved on with the lecture. He docked 5 points from Harry anyway, later in the class, for an imprecision in Harry's potion preparation that Harry was fairly certain was not an imprecision. His boil-cure potion was the correct color, the correct consistency, and was finished 3 minutes before anyone else's. He said nothing about the point deduction. He noted it and moved on. After class, Ron was incandescent. Your potion was perfect, everyone could see, he's testing something, Harry said, rinsing his equipment at the stone sink. He's being unfair is what he is, Ron said. Both can be true. Harry dried his hands. It's interesting, actually. Ron stared at him. Interesting. He doesn't like me. But it's not a simple dislike. It's personal. It's about someone else. Harry looked at his hands for a moment. My father, probably. Ragnock mentioned there were social entanglements between House Potter and other families. I expect Snape and my father had history. He glanced at Ron. He's not going to fail me, whatever else he does. He's too much of a professional. He wants to be the best potions teacher in this building, and that means he'll teach me properly even if he hates me. He picked up his bag. I'll figure out the rest later. Ron walked beside him in silence for a moment. You're very calm about someone being unfair to you. People have been unfair to me my whole life, Harry said simply. Snape's version is at least educationally rigorous. Arcturus Greengrass arrived at Hogwarts at 2 o'clock Thursday afternoon, through the main gates, with the specific unhurried precision of someone who had never in his life been made to wait and saw no reason to start. He was in his 70s, white-haired, lean in the way of people who had always been lean, and he had eyes that were grey and sharp and thoroughly engaged. He was accompanied by a young woman of perhaps 25 who he introduced as his associate Daphne, not the Daphne in Harry's year, Harry worked out, but an older cousin, and who had the same grey eyes and a notepad. McGonagall met them in the entrance hall and brought them to a small conference room off the third-floor corridor that Harry hadn't found yet. Amelia Bones was already there, in her DMLE grey, with a leather case that presumably contained documents. She and Greengrass exchanged the nod of people who knew each other from professional contexts that involved significant mutual respect and occasional significant disagreement. Harry came in with Neville, which neither adult had been told to expect. They both looked at Neville. Harry said, Neville Longbottom. House Longbottom has a secondary connection to the suppression wards and he deserves to be here. He said it with the specific factual calm that he'd found tended to make adults reevaluate their objection before they voiced it. Bones and Greengrass exchanged a look. McGonagall, who had presumably anticipated this, said nothing. They sat. Greengrass wasted no time. He opened a leather folder and distributed document copies with the efficiency of someone who had been in a lot of meetings and respected other people's time. The Suppression Ward Dissolution petition is currently with the Senior Council Review Committee. I expect it to pass. The legal grounds are solid and the political winds are going to favor speed over deliberation on this one, because the alternative is 3 months of committee hearings that nobody wants. He looked at Harry. The acting chief warlock vote happens tomorrow. My information says it will be Griselda Marchbanks. She's a senior examiner at the Wizarding Examinations Authority, former Wizengamot member, unimpeachable record, and genuinely dislikes being manipulated by either side. Fudge wanted someone more tractable. He didn't get it. That's good, Harry said. It's good for the integrity of the process, Greengrass confirmed. It's not necessarily good for speed. Marchbanks will run a thorough hearing and she will not allow shortcuts in either direction. He set down his folder. Now. Lord Potter. I want to talk about strategy. What followed was the most focused 2 hours Harry had spent since his session with Ragnock. Greengrass walked through the full case structure, the primary charges, the supporting evidence, the likely defense Dumbledore's team would mount, and the points of vulnerability on each side. Bones added the DMLE's investigative perspective, which was procedurally careful and occasionally revealed things that surprised even Greengrass. The most significant, Dumbledore had not, from Ministry holding, attempted to communicate with Elphia's Doge. He had sent, instead, 3 letters. One to the Hogwarts Board of Governors. One to the Ministry of Magic, addressed personally to Cornelius Fudge. One to Arabella Figg of Little Whinging, Surrey. Who is Arabella Figg? Harry asked. Bones looked at him. A squib. She lived on your street for the past 10 years. She was, according to intelligence we've since recovered, placed there by Dumbledore to maintain occasional observation of your household. The silence that settled was not comfortable. He had someone watching me, Harry said. Yes. For 10 years. Yes. But no one came to help. Bones' expression was the careful expression of someone who had thought about this and found it unacceptable and was still in the process of deciding what to do with that. "No," she said. "No one came to help." Harry looked at the table for a moment. Then he said, "What was in the letter to Arabella Figg?" "We don't know yet. We've located Mrs. Figg and she is being interviewed." Bones paused. "She was cooperative." "I think she is. I think she regrets certain things." "What did the letter to Fudge say?" "We know the general content. It was a preemptive argument about the trial process. Specifically, Dumbledore is already positioning himself as having acted in the greater good. He is going to argue that everything he did was motivated by the need to protect you and protect the wizarding world from Voldemort's return." She said the name without flinching, which Harry noted. "He will argue that certain standard legal protections were set aside because the circumstances were extraordinary." "Greater good," Harry said quietly. "Yes. He stole 28 lordships," Harry said. "He redirected inheritance funds for 10 years. He placed me with people who," he stopped. "Let the moment breathe. And his defense is that it was all for my protection." "His defense is that it was all for everyone's protection," Greengrass said. "Including yours. The argument will be that without his management of your public profile and your legal status, Voldemort's remaining supporters would have had a much easier time finding and accessing you. It is not an entirely stupid argument." "It's a monstrous one," Hermione said, from the corner where she'd been sitting with a notepad, quiet until now. Greengrass looked at her. She held his gaze. "It is also monstrous," he agreed. "Both things are true, and we will need to be prepared to argue against both versions of it." He looked back at Harry. "What I need from you, Lord Potter, is your authorization to proceed with the full dissolution request, the suppression ward removal, and the Wizengamot seat reinstatement process. Some of these will be completed before the hearing. Some will be completed as a result of the hearing. All of them require your ongoing formal consent." "You have it," Harry said. "For all of it." Greengrass made a note. His associate Daphne made the same note. "There's one more thing," he said. "Dumbledore's legal team will almost certainly call you as a witness." "I'm 11, Harry said. "You are Lord Potter of 28 houses, which makes you a legal adult in a Wizengamot context for matters pertaining to your own hereditary claims," Greengrass said. "You will be questioned. Possibly at length." He looked at Harry with gray, sharp eyes. "I want to know now, is there anything in your background that could be used against you in that context?" Harry thought about it honestly. The wandless magic at the Dursleys. The month of unsupervised magical practice. The fact that he had, technically, conducted what might be classified as minor interference with a ministry-regulated subject when he'd corresponded with Ragnarok before any formal legal representation was established. None of it was significant. "No," he said. "There isn't." Greengrass held his gaze for a moment, testing it. "Good." Neville had been silent throughout most of the meeting, which was Neville's way. He absorbed things before he spoke about them, which Harry was already recognizing as intelligence rather than passivity. When Greengrass began to pack his folder, Neville said, "I'd like to go to Gringotts." "For the assessment." Everyone in the room looked at him. "My gran said no," Neville said. "But it's mine. It affects me. And if what Harry said is right, then there's something I should know about that no one's told me." He looked at Bones, because some instinct had told him she was the correct person to look at. "Can you authorize it? As a ministry official?" Bones looked at him for a long moment. She looked at McGonagall. McGonagall gave a very slight nod. "I can authorize a protective assessment," Bones said carefully. "Under DMLE Clause 7, welfare of a minor with potential inherited legal interests." "Yes." She paused. "I will write to your grandmother simultaneously. She will be informed but not consulted, in the first instance." She held Neville's gaze. "Are you certain?" Neville looked at her, and at Harry, and then at some point in the middle distance that was clearly something internal. Yes, he said. It was the most certain Harry had heard him sound. They were walking back to Gryffindor Tower when it happened. The corridor on the third floor, the one with the locked door at the end that Percy had warned them about on the first night, with the specific emphasis of a prefect for whom rules were a personal commitment. Harry had been past it twice and felt the magic behind it both times, the same quality as the restricted section in the library but louder, more layered, animal in a way that the library magic wasn't. He was passing it now with Neville, Hermione 3 steps ahead and already talking about the Marchbanks appointment, when the door moved. Not opened. Moved, shifted slightly, as if something on the other side had leaned against it, and Harry felt the magic spike. Not the locked door magic. Something that was already through the door and pressing against the inside of it from above, and something else that was lower and warmer, the specific warmth of something very large and very alive. Then footsteps from the other end of the corridor, and Harry turned to see Quirrell hurrying from the direction of the staircase with the specific directional panic of someone going somewhere that wasn't where they were walking. He stopped when he saw Harry. The corridor went very still. Quirrell's eyes were wide. That secondary signal, the thing beneath his nervousness, was loud now, louder than Harry had felt it yet, and Harry stood very still and felt it and tried to understand what it was. It was cold. It was old. It was the specific kind of power that had learned to be patient. "PP Professor Quirrell," Harry said pleasantly. Quirrell's throat moved. "P. Potter. What are you? You should be in your dormitory." "We were in a meeting," Harry said. "With Madam Bones and Mr. Greengrass. We're heading back now." He kept his voice entirely ordinary and watched Quirrell's face and felt the secondary signal pulse once, sharply, like something noticing him, and then go deliberately quiet. That was the tell. Not nervousness. Not guilt. Calculation. The secondary signal had heard his name and had chosen to pull back, which meant it was conscious and it was listening and it had a reason to conceal itself from Harry specifically. "Of course," Quirrell said. "Gee, good evening." He walked past them quickly, toward the locked door, and Harry watched him go. "Harry," Hermione said quietly, when Quirrell was out of earshot. "That was, yes," Harry said. "What is it?" Neville asked. Harry looked at the locked door for a moment. Then at the corridor where Quirrell had disappeared. "I don't know yet," he said. "But I will." They went upstairs. That evening after dinner, while the common room hummed with the comfortable chaos of homework and chess and argument, Harry wrote 2 letters. One to Ragnarok, asking what he knew about recent defense against the dark arts hiring, specifically, Quirrell's appointment and who had recommended him. One to Amelia Bones, as he had agreed, informing her that there was something about Quirrell that warranted investigation and that it might be connected to the attempted breach of Vault 713 on July 31st. He sealed both, sent Hedwig, and sat back in his chair. Across the common room, Fred and George were demonstrating something that produced small, harmless explosions and the smell of burnt sugar to a fascinated audience of second years. Ron was playing chess against Seamus and winning with the absent, structural confidence of someone who had played this game so long it had become a language. Hermione was at a table with 4 books open and a third year beside her who had apparently asked for help with an essay and was now getting significantly more help than they'd anticipated and looking both overwhelmed and grateful. Neville was sitting on the window seat with Trevor the Toad, looking out at the dark grounds, and Harry went over and sat beside him. "You okay?" Harry asked. Neville looked at him. "I don't know," he said honestly. "It's a lot. All of it." He paused. "Gran is going to be so," he stopped. "She loves me," he said, as if reminding himself. Love isn't always easy to be around, is it?" "No," Harry said. They sat in silence for a while, watching the grounds go dark and then darker, the lake going silver-black in the moonlight. "My parents," Neville said eventually, in the specific quiet of someone saying something they didn't say often. "They're in St. Mungo's." They've been there since I was a year old. Voldemort's followers, they tortured them until he stopped. Gran doesn't like me to talk about it much. She says it doesn't help. A bit. But I think about them. A lot. Harry said nothing for a moment, because nothing was the right thing. Then, I never knew mine. I don't even have a clear memory of them. All I have is, he touched the scar without meaning to. This. And stories. And a name on property documents I just found out about. Neville looked at him. Does it help? Knowing about the lordships and the houses and all that? Harry thought about it honestly. It tells me they were real, he said. They weren't just a story someone told me to explain a scar. They were real people who built real things and loved each other and loved me, and someone took that away. He looked out at the lake. So yeah. It helps. Neville nodded slowly. Also, Harry said, with a deliberate shift in tone, your grandmother is going to find out that you authorized the Gringotts assessment through Madame Bones, and she is going to write a letter, and I suspect it will be fairly significant. Neville made a small sound that was almost a laugh. She's going to be furious. Probably. She's going to write in the big formal handwriting. Almost certainly. And then, Neville said, and something shifted in his voice to something quieter and more serious, she's going to have to actually deal with it. Whatever it is. And he stopped. I think I need to know. Even if it's hard. Yes, Harry said. You do. The fire in the grate popped. Somewhere above them in the tower, the castle made its particular nighttime settling sounds. Hedwig returned to Harry's windowsill with the quiet efficiency of a mission completed, and Harry left her the treats he'd saved from dinner, and she ate them with dignified satisfaction. Friday morning brought the prophet again. Marchbanks appointed temporary chief warlock. Fudged announces, politically motivated, selection conflict of interest challenge removes 7 lords from senior council vote, and below it, in smaller print, Dumbledore's representative Doge claims, conspiracy against Britain's greatest defender. Harry read it over breakfast with the specific attention of someone separating the signal from the noise. The appointment of Marchbanks was good. The Fudge denunciation was expected and would ultimately be noise. Doge's conspiracy claim was interesting. It was the first public statement of Dumbledore's defense strategy, and it told Harry that Dumbledore had decided to play this as a political persecution rather than address the actual evidence. That was, Harry thought, a mistake. The blood documentation was absolute. Ragnarok had said so. You couldn't argue with what a person's own blood had written in a Gringotts basin. But it would make the trial messier. It would bring public sentiment in as a factor. And public sentiment in the wizarding world, Harry was learning, was a volatile and easily moved thing. He's going to try to make this about Voldemort, Harry said to Hermione. She looked up from her own copy. The greater good argument. Greengrass said, not just in court. In public. He's going to frame every piece of evidence against him as evidence that he was protecting everyone from something worse. Harry looked at Dumbledore's photo on the page, the gentle, wise expression, the twinkling eyes that the photograph still managed to capture. He's very good at that. Making himself the indispensable man. How do you counter it? Hermione asked. You don't argue against it directly. You just, make the evidence about what it is, and trust that people can read blood documentation that says property was stolen and understand what stolen means. He folded the paper. He can't greater good his way out of 47 legal instruments. Can't he? Hermione said, in the specific tone of someone who had been reading about wizarding history and had found it instructive. Harry looked at her. He's done it before, she said quietly. Not this, but other things. There are records in the library of decisions the Wizengamot made during the war years that were legally questionable. And Dumbledore was chair for all of them. The magical world trusted him completely, and he used that trust. She looked at Harry. I'm not saying he'll win. I'm saying we shouldn't underestimate what trust can make people overlook. Harry thought about this for the rest of the morning. He thought about it in Transfiguration, when McGonagall was teaching them the theory of switching spells and Harry performed one clean and correct on the first try, which McGonagall acknowledged with a nod that contained approximately 17 different things. He thought about it between classes, walking the corridors with the castle's particular life moving around him, ghosts drifting through walls, paintings arguing, the moving staircases shifting with the indifferent logic of something much older than anyone in it. He thought about trust. About what it meant to trust someone who had made themselves necessary. About the difference between trusting someone because they'd earned it and trusting someone because you couldn't imagine the world without them. After dinner on Friday, he went to the library alone. He sat at the corner table Hermione had claimed and he opened the Wizengamot procedure book and the Blood Law Guide and a third book he'd requested from the senior stacks, which was a collection of Wizengamot trial transcripts from the past century, and he read. He was still there at 9 o'clock when the library was technically closing and Madame Pants, the librarian, came to his corner with an expression that was preparing to be inflexible about hours. She stopped when she saw what he was reading. She looked at the transcripts. At the Blood Law Guide. At the notes he'd been making in the margins of his own parchment, which were dense and cross-referenced and probably more comprehensive than anything she'd seen a student produce in the library in recent memory. Closing time, she said. But the inflexibility had left her voice. 5 more minutes? Harry asked. She looked at the table for a moment. Then she turned around and went back to her desk and didn't say anything else. Harry used the 5 minutes carefully. He found what he was looking for in the 1943 trial transcripts, a case involving the dissolution of a contested guardianship order where the guardian had argued greater good grounds and the Wizengamot had ruled, in a majority finding, that greater good arguments could not supersede documented evidence of material harm to the ward. The case had been argued successfully by Arcturus Greengrass's father. Harry wrote down the case reference 3 times, in 3 different places, so he wouldn't lose it. Then he packed his bag, thanked Madame Pants with genuine warmth, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower. He had found his counterargument. Not a political one. Not a public opinion one. A legal one, buried in the transcripts, argued successfully 60 years ago by the grandfather of the man who was currently his attorney. He went to sleep thinking about trial strategy and the specific weight of legal precedent, and somewhere in the castle above him the locked door on the 3rd floor held its particular secret, and in Gringotts Vault 713 something waited in the dark that someone very powerful and very damaged wanted very much. He would deal with all of it. In order. Chapter 4, The Longbottom Question. The letter from Augusta Longbottom arrived on Saturday morning. Harry knew it was significant before Neville opened it, purely from the owl, a large, imperious bird that landed on the Gryffindor table with the bearing of something that had been personally instructed to look important. It dropped the letter in front of Neville and then sat there, which owls delivering ordinary correspondence did not do. It was waiting for a response. Neville looked at the letter the way people looked at things they needed to open and were finding reasons not to. Go on, Harry said quietly. Neville opened it. He read it without moving. His face did something complicated and private that Harry didn't try to interpret. Then he set it down on the table and looked at his breakfast. She's coming, he said. Saturday. Today. She's already on her way. Here. Ron asked. To the school. Neville's voice was very careful. She says she needs to speak to me in person about the extraordinary liberties that have been taken with a minor's legal affairs without appropriate familial consultation. He said the last part in the specific register of someone quoting from memory rather than the page. She's not angry at me, exactly. I can tell the difference. She's upset. And trying not to show it. And that's worse. Harry thought about Augusta Longbottom. He'd read about her in the Wizengamot historical records, a formidable woman, former Wizengamot member, head of one of the older noble houses. She had that specific quality that some people of significant standing had, where their expectations of the world were so thoroughly formed that reality had largely learned to accommodate them. "Do you want me there?" Harry asked. Neville looked at him. "She'll be worse if she thinks I needed reinforcement." "Not reinforcement," Harry said. "A witness. Someone who knows the legal context and can answer questions she has that you can't." Neville thought about this. "Maybe." He picked up his toast and put it down again. "She's going to look at me the way she does," he said quietly. "The way that means she expected more." "Neville." Harry waited until Neville looked at him. "You asked for a welfare assessment of your own inheritance without being told to. You made a decision about information that directly affects your own life and you made it clearly and independently. That's not something she should be disappointed about." Neville was quiet for a moment. "Then, she won't see it that way." "Then she's wrong," Harry said simply. "And you're allowed to tell her so." That landed somewhere. Harry could see it, not immediate confidence, nothing so dramatic, but a small recalibration. A boy discovering the weight of his own spine. He spent the morning in the library with Hermione, because Saturday mornings had already become their established research time, the understanding having formed entirely without discussion. She arrived at their corner table at 8 sharp with her own notes and a stack of books she'd reserved from the restricted section using a combination of genuine academic argument and a specific expression that Madame Pants apparently found hard to refuse. Harry arrived 3 minutes later with Ragnar's reply to his Thursday letter, which had come with the Morning Post. He read it while Hermione organized her books. Quirrell's appointment to the defense position, Ragnar had written, had been recommended by Dumbledore directly, overriding the preference of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, who had wanted to appoint a retired Auror named Caradoc Fletcher. Quirrell's previous posting had been a year-long study trip abroad, Eastern Europe, primarily Romania and Albania, which Ragnar noted with the tone of a goblin who found certain geographical associations significant. His references from that trip were 3 letters from wizarding academics who, on Gringotts' investigation, did not appear to exist. Regarding the attempted breach of Vault 713, Ragnar continued, "I have consulted with Madame Bones and we are in agreement that the vault's contents should be moved to a more secure location within the week. The item currently in that vault is of a nature that makes its security a matter of interest beyond the standard client protection protocols. I have taken the liberty of contacting Nicholas Flamel, who is, I should note, extremely old and extremely annoyed that this situation has developed." Harry read that last line twice and found it both alarming and quietly funny. "Hermione," he said. "What do you know about Nicholas Flamel?" She looked up immediately. "Alchemist. One of the most significant in history. Known for, oh." She stopped. Her eyes went a particular shade of sharp. "The Philosopher's Stone. He's said to have created the Philosopher's Stone, which can transmute metal into gold and, the elixir of life. Immortality." She looked at Harry. "That's what's in Vault 713. "Presumably," Harry said. "And someone tried to steal it. On my birthday, while Hagrid was collecting me from the Dursleys." The silence that followed was the kind that both of them sat inside carefully. "Voldemort," Hermione said quietly. "Someone connected to Voldemort," Harry said. "Or Voldemort himself, if he still exists in some form." He thought about Quirrell's secondary signal. The cold patience of it. The way it had pulled back when it heard his name. Ragnar's moving the stone. That's the right move, but it means whoever wants it will know it's been moved and will be looking for it. "Which means they might accelerate their timeline," Hermione said. "Which means I need to know more before the timeline accelerates." Harry looked at the window. The grounds outside were sharp-lit and Saturday quiet. "Tell me everything you know about Voldemort's situation. Not the war, his current situation. What people think happened to him." Hermione opened her notes with the focused efficiency of someone who had already been thinking about this. "Most people think he's gone. Destroyed. The curse rebounding should have, but there's no body, no confirmed death, and some of the magical signatures of his activities over the past decade suggest he's still present in some form. Not fully alive, not dead. Something between. She paused. Dumbledore always said he wasn't fully destroyed. Just diminished. Harry thought about the cold, patient thing beneath Quirrell's nervousness. Not gone. Diminished and patient. Waiting. If he needed the stone, Harry said slowly, it would be to restore himself. The elixir of life wouldn't give him back full power, it would give him back a body. A functional physical form. Which he doesn't currently have. Which means he's tethered to something, Hermione said. Something he can use as an anchor until he has a better option. They looked at each other. We should tell Madame Bones, Hermione said. I already wrote to her last night about Quirrell, Harry said. I'll add this. Harry, Hermione said, in the specific tone she used when she was about to say something she'd been thinking about for a while, should we be doing this? We're 11. It's the same answer as with Dumbledore, Harry said. Someone needs to. And the people who should be doing it either don't know or aren't looking in the right places. Dumbledore knew, Hermione said. Harry went still. Think about it, she said. He arranged Quirrell's appointment. He moved the stone to Hogwarts. Ragnarok's letter says Vault 713 was a Hogwarts-associated account. He put it here, in a building with hundreds of children and one teacher who might be carrying Voldemort, and he set a series of protective challenges that a student could theoretically get through. She looked at Harry directly. Either he's extraordinarily incompetent, or he put the stone here deliberately. As a trap, Harry said. To draw Voldemort out, Hermione said. On his own terms. In his own building. Where he could control the outcome. She paused. Which is exactly the kind of thing someone who thought in terms of greater good and long games would do. Harry sat with this for a moment. Outside, a group of third years were crossing the grounds toward the Quidditch pitch, brooms over their shoulders. He was going to use me, Harry said. I was supposed to find it. That's why the traps are at the level they are, not too hard for a determined student. And the prophecy, whatever it says, probably involves me and Voldemort meeting. He wanted to control that meeting. Manage it. From prison, Hermione said quietly. He didn't expect to be arrested, Harry said. The stone being here was already in motion before the arrest. His whole plan for the year was probably built around having access to me from his position as headmaster. He looked at the table. And now he's in Ministry holding and the pieces are still moving but no one's moving them. The implications settled on them both like something physical. Ragnarok is moving the stone, Harry said finally. That removes the immediate problem. Quirrell remains, and Voldemort with him, but without the stone there's less urgency in his timeline. He paused. Bones needs to know about the tether situation. She needs to know that Quirrell may be more than just suspicious, that there may be a second occupant. A second occupant, Hermione repeated. Something's in him. On him. Around him, I'm not sure. But something cold and old and conscious is attached to that man, and it pulled back when it heard my name, which means it knows who I am and it doesn't want me knowing about it yet. Harry looked at her. That's not a teacher being nervous. That's something much more serious. Hermione wrote notes with the focused intensity of someone building a case. Harry watched her and thought, not for the first time, that she was the most genuinely useful person he had met in this world. What would you have done, Hermione asked, without looking up, if none of the Gringotts thing had happened? If you'd come to Hogwarts just as Harry Potter, with no lordships, no legal case, no political context. And you'd noticed this about Quirrell. Harry thought about it honestly. Probably tried to warn someone and been dismissed as an over-imaginative first year. And the stone would still be here. Yes. And Dumbledore would have been running his plan. Yes. He paused. The Gringotts thing happening when it did wasn't just about the lordships. It changed the entire structure of what I walked into this school as. Hermione finally looked up. Ragnarok knew that, she said. The letter saying your attendance was not optional. He could have waited until you were older, or until you came in on your own. He made sure it happened now. Because with Voldemort in the building and Dumbledore in charge of my education and my legal status, I would have been entirely managed, Harry said. One way or another. Ragnarok saved you, Hermione said. Not dramatically. Just factually. Ragnarok protected his client, Harry said. He'd probably say those are the same thing. Augusta Longbottom arrived at 10:30, announced by McGonagall in a brief note delivered to the Gryffindor common room, and Neville went down to meet her with the expression of someone walking into weather they'd been watching approach all morning. Harry went with him, because he'd decided that presence was more useful than absence and Neville hadn't told him not to. The small parlor off the entrance hall where visiting family were received was a room that seemed designed for formal conversations, high-backed chairs, a cold fireplace, a tea service on the sideboard that nobody used. Augusta Longbottom was already standing when they entered, which was itself a statement, wearing a formidable hat with a stuffed vulture on it that Harry registered and immediately set aside as irrelevant. She looked at Neville first, and her expression, Harry watched it carefully, was not angry. It was the more complicated thing. The one that Neville had tried to describe and that Harry now understood, the expression of someone whose love had calcified into expectation over the years, and who was genuinely unsettled to find the expectation bypassed. Then she looked at Harry. Lord Potter, she said. Lady Longbottom, Harry said. He used the title because Greengrass had told him the Longbottom formal address and it cost him nothing to use it correctly, and the tiny flicker in Augusta's expression told him it had landed. She sat. They sat. The cold fireplace maintained its cold. Neville, she said. I want to understand your thinking. Neville looked at her directly, which Harry suspected took effort. I got a letter from Gringotts this summer. You said it wasn't necessary. But it was about my inheritance, Gran. My own inheritance. And I found out that there might be, that things weren't, he stopped, reformulated. I found out that the reason you said it wasn't necessary might have been because someone told you it wasn't necessary. And that person had reasons of his own. Augusta was very still. Dumbledore, she said. Gringotts has documentation, Harry said quietly. The same suppression magic used on my lordships was applied in a smaller form to Neville's inheritance records. It appears to have been done at a time when several other house accounts were also being restructured, around 1981, 1982. Around when Dumbledore was establishing several proxy arrangements. Augusta looked at Harry with an expression that was trying to decide whether to direct its intensity at him or somewhere else. You are remarkably well informed for an 11-year-old. I read quickly, Harry said. And Ragnarok is thorough. I want to be clear, Augusta said, and her voice had the quality of someone removing several protective layers to get to something actual. I never knowingly participated in anything that was to Neville's detriment. Whatever Albus told me about certain arrangements being standard, about certain documents being routine, I trusted his judgment because, she stopped. The word she was looking for apparently did not make a comfortable landing. Because he had earned that trust. I believe that. I know, Harry said. The documentation makes it clear that the suppression on Neville's account was done without your knowledge or consent. You're not implicated. Something moved in Augusta's face. Relief, complicated by pride, complicated by something that was probably grief. The assessment, she said finally, looking at Neville. Madame Bone's authorization. You did that yourself. Yes, Neville said. Augusta looked at him for a long moment. The stuffed vulture on her hat maintained a dignified silence. Your father, she said quietly, would have done exactly the same thing. She said it like it cost her something. Neville's face did the thing that Harry had been watching it do all week, that small, fractional opening, like a door that had been stuck learning the mechanism of its own hinges. Will you come to Gringotts with me? Neville asked. For the assessment. When you're allowed to. Augusta straightened. I will come to Gringotts, she said, with the finality of someone who had made a decision and was done deliberating. And I will have a considerable number of questions for Director Ragnarok. She glanced at Harry. I assume you are already in communication with him. Regularly, Harry said. Then I will also write to him. Formally. She stood, which ended the meeting with the efficiency of someone who had gotten what they came for and had other things to do. She looked at Neville one more time, longer this time, with something that was working toward a new shape. You are doing well, she said, and it came out almost surprised, and then she corrected for the surprise and made it certain. You are doing well, Neville. Neville stood a half-inch taller walking out of that parlor. Harry let him have the moment without comment. Quidditch tryouts were posted on the Gryffindor noticeboard Saturday afternoon, which caused significant excitement in the common room and a lengthy explanation from Ron about the game's rules, positions, and history that Harry listened to with genuine interest while also reading Greengrass's latest letter. He was going to try out, he'd already decided, not because of ambition exactly but because flying had felt, on the first flying lesson 3 days ago, like something he was specifically built for. The flying lesson had been with Madame Hooch, a short, sharp-eyed woman with yellow eyes who reminded Harry somewhat of a hawk and who ran the lesson with brisk precision. Harry had mounted the broom, held out his hand, set up, and the broom had come to his hand before anyone else's was halfway off the ground, with a snap of certainty that made Madame Hooch look at him sharply. He'd flown, and it had been the freest feeling he could remember. Not the freedom of being unsupervised, that was a smaller thing. The freedom of moving through 3 dimensions without any of the usual gravity of the world applying, the castle falling away beneath him, the sky enormous and open in every direction. He understood immediately why people loved it. Neville, on the other hand, had had a bad moment, his broom rising before he was ready, sending him upward in a panic before depositing him back on the ground hard enough to break his wrist. Madame Hooch had taken him to the hospital wing. While she was gone, Draco Malfoy had picked up the remembrall that had fallen from Neville's pocket. Harry had looked at Malfoy holding Neville's remembrall and thought, I don't have time for this. He'd flown at Malfoy. Not aggressively, just directly, approaching level with him, watching Malfoy recalibrate from the expectation of a chase to the reality of someone flying toward him with no particular urgency, as if the sky were a room they both happened to be in. Give it back, Harry said. Malfoy looked at him. There was the calculation again, the thing Harry had noticed at Madame Malkin's, at the feast, in every brief intersection since. Malfoy was always running numbers, assessing positions, trying to find the arrangement that left him advantaged. It was an intelligent habit in a person who was used to needing it. It's not yours, Malfoy said. No, Harry agreed. It's Neville's. And you picked it up knowing he couldn't stop you. He looked at Malfoy evenly. That's not an impressive move, Malfoy. You can do better than that. Malfoy's expression flickered. The last thing he'd expected was criticism of his strategic judgment rather than moral condemnation. I wasn't, it was just, give it back, Harry said again. Same tone. No heat in it. Malfoy held his gaze for a moment, and then handed over the remembrall with the air of someone choosing to interpret the interaction as having been on his terms all along. Harry took it, nodded once, and flew back down. McGonagall had been watching from a window. Later that day she told him there was a seeker position open on the Gryffindor team and he could try out if he wished, which was apparently unprecedented for a first year. Harry said yes without excessive celebration, because Quidditch was genuinely interesting but it was not the most important thing happening right now and he didn't want to pretend otherwise. The Quidditch tryout was Sunday morning. He caught the practice snitch 4 times in 11 minutes, which caused the team captain, an intense 6th year named Oliver Wood, to make the specific sound of a man encountering religious experience. Harry accepted the seeker position, confirmed the practice schedule, and went back to his letters. Monday brought double potions and an incident that Harry had been mildly expecting. He was measuring powdered bitterroot with the careful attention the ingredient required. it was among the fussier components in the week's practical, prone to clumping in humidity and requiring a specific technique to prevent the potion going bitter at the wrong stage, when he felt something. The specific, sharp intrusion of a foreign spell, not aimed at him directly but at his cauldron. He felt it the way you felt a cold draft, sudden and directional. He looked up without moving his head. Snape was at the front of the room, back turned, writing instructions on the blackboard. But across the room, in the Slytherin half, Draco Malfoy had his wand under his desk at a specific angle, and Theodore not beside him was looking very carefully at his own work with the expression of someone maintaining plausible deniability. Harry felt the spell hit his cauldron and felt his potion's temperature shift, the careful balance beginning to destabilize. He looked at his cauldron. He thought about the potion's current state, 3/4 through, the bitterroot just added, temperature the critical variable, and felt for what the foreign spell had done. It had spiked the heat by approximately 15 degrees, which would push the reaction too fast and cloud the potion. He adjusted. He did it wandlessly, which he was aware was probably not the subtle choice. He didn't touch his wand. He just looked at the cauldron and thought down 15 and felt the temperature respond, and the potion stayed clear. He finished the potion. It was correct. He bottled it. Snape came around at assessment time and looked at Harry's bottle with the specific attention of someone expecting to find an error and not finding one. His eyes moved to Draco's cauldron, a murky, slightly wrong-colored result, and then back to Harry's, and then to a point in the middle distance where some private calculation was being conducted. He said nothing. He marked the assessment. Harry watched him do it. After class, in the corridor, Nott fell into step beside Harry with the specific studied casualness of someone who had been deliberating the approach. Theodore Nott was quiet and observational in a way that Harry had been noting since the first potions lesson. He had a stillness that wasn't shyness, it was something more considered than that. He watched people with the attention of someone who was always running an analysis, and he chose his words the way people chose weapons, carefully, with awareness of their precise effect. "Your potion didn't go wrong," Nott said. "No," Harry agreed. "That was interesting." He said it with the neutral precision of a scientist making a note. "Was it?" Harry said. "The temperature correction was wandless." Nott said it flatly. "Not accusatory. Just documented. Malfoy's going to be annoyed that it didn't work." "Malfoy can make his own choices," Harry said. "I'm not going to make them easier for him by failing when he wants me to." Nott looked at him sideways. "You know he's not, it's not personal. It's positioning. You're the person everyone's going to orient around this year and he needs to establish where he stands relative to you before that gets settled." "I know," Harry said. "It's still a bad strategy." "I agree," Nott said, which Harry had not expected. "For what it's worth." He peeled off toward the Slytherin dungeons without another word, and Harry watched him go and thought, interesting. The week moved forward. Classes established their rhythms. Harry was consistently at or near the top in practical work across subjects, which was less about raw talent than about the month of deliberate practice and the fundamental understanding of how his own magic worked that he'd built from first principles before he'd even touched a wand. He helped Hermione in practical casting when her theory outran her execution, which was less often now than in the first week, because she was learning fast and building her own relationship with actually doing the magic rather than describing it. He played chess with Ron in evenings and lost more than he won, which told him Ron's spatial and strategic intelligence was working on a different track than his own and was worth paying attention to. Neville was changing. It was gradual and then it wasn't, the way most real changes were. He still dropped things, still went quiet in large group situations, still flinched slightly at unexpected sounds. But he was in the library most evenings now, and when he came back to the common room he had the look of someone who had found something worth carrying. He'd been corresponding with Gringotts through an owl Harry had lent him, and the responses were coming back with the dense, documented weight of inheritance information that was being processed and organized and understood. Augusta Longbottom had written him 3 times. The tone of the letters, Neville reported, was shifting. Less formal. More genuine. Thursday of the second week, Harry walked into defense to find Quirrell absent and a substitute present, a seventh-year prefect sitting at the front of the room with an apologetic expression and a sign on the board saying independent study today, Professor Quirrell unwell. Harry sat down, opened his textbook, and thought about Quirrell being unwell. He wrote a note on a scrap of parchment, Quirrell absent today. What does that mean for the entity attached to him? And held it under the desk until the ink dried, then folded it. After class he found Hermione and Ron and they went to a quiet alcove on the second floor, behind a tapestry of a 400-year-old Quidditch match that no one apparently looked at. If Voldemort is tethered to Quirrell, Harry said quietly, then when Quirrell is sick, either the tether is the cause or the tether is unaffected. Which means either Voldemort is making Quirrell worse, or Voldemort is fine and Quirrell's just actually ill. The cold snaps, Ron said, which surprised both Harry and Hermione. He looked slightly self-conscious. When you walk past someone when there's something not right with someone, you can feel it sometimes. Mum always says that. She says there are certain people you can feel from the corridor. He paused. Quirrell's classroom always feels cold. That's the entity, Harry said. Not Quirrell. The cold is him. Him, Hermione said. Voldemort, Harry said. The word fell into the silence of the alcove and they all sat with it. Ragnarok moved the stone last week, Harry said. Bones knows about the Quirrell situation from my letter. What I need to figure out is what Voldemort does next. Without the stone here, his immediate goal is blocked. But he's still in that building, in that body, and he knows the stone has moved because he'll feel it go. What does a disembodied Dark Lord do when his plan gets blocked? Ron asked. Adapts, Harry said. He's been patient for 10 years. He can be patient for longer. But there's a question of how sustainable the Quirrell arrangement is. If Voldemort's presence is making Quirrell sick, then the arrangement has a time limit. Which means he might try something else, Hermione said. A different body. A different access point. Or he tries to find out where the stone went, Harry said. Gringotts, Hermione said. He'd assume it went back to Gringotts. Gringotts can handle him, Harry said, with confidence that was not baseless. Ragnarok's been doing this for centuries. Voldemort in his current state is not a match for a fully operational Gringotts security structure. So we watch, Ron said. We watch Quirrell, we keep Bones informed, and we focus on the trial, Harry confirmed. In that order. It was a plan. Imperfect, necessarily, because the information was incomplete, but structured around what they actually knew. Harry had learned, in 4 weeks at Gringotts and then in 3 weeks at Hogwarts, that good plans were made from what was true, not from what you wished were true. The trial was set for October 15th, now 9 days away. On Friday, McGonagall called Harry to her office after dinner. She had a letter on her desk. Official ministry parchment, Wizengamot seal, the handwriting of Griselda Marchbanks. Acting Chief Warlock Marchbanks has confirmed the preliminary hearing schedule, McGonagall said. October 15th, 9 a.m., the full Wizengamot chamber. You will be required to attend. She looked at him over her spectacles. You will need to leave Hogwarts that morning. I have arranged for a ministry escort. Greengrass will be there, Harry said. Greengrass will be there. Madam Bones will be there. McGonagall paused. Dumbledore will be there, with Elphia's Doge. Another pause. The hearing is expected to run all day. What do you expect will happen? Harry asked. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. She was looking at the letter, and her expression had that quality again, the one of someone who had been right about something and found no comfort in it. I expect, she said carefully, that the evidence will be presented, that Dumbledore's team will attempt to reframe it, and that the outcome will depend on whether Marchbanks can keep the proceedings focused on the law and not on politics. She looked at Harry. She is good at that. Better than most. Will his supporters in the Wizengamot cause problems? Some. The prophet has shifted public sentiment significantly in the past 2 weeks. Several lords who would have supported Dumbledore automatically are reconsidering their positions. She set down the letter. The 7 conflicted lords have had their voting rights suspended pending their own assessments, which has removed the most obvious source of interference. Your assessment, Harry said carefully. Of whether he knew what he was doing was wrong. McGonagall held his gaze. Albus knew, she said, in the specific quiet of someone removing the last piece of protective uncertainty. He would have told himself it was necessary. He would have built the argument in his own mind until it was entirely convincing, and then he would have acted as if the argument were sufficient justification. That is, she stopped. That is not ignorance. That is something else. Yes, Harry said. She straightened the letter on her desk with the small, precise motion he'd come to recognize as how she ended conversations that had gone somewhere she needed to come back from. Get some sleep, Mr. Potter, she said. You have Quidditch practice tomorrow and a charms assessment on Monday and a Wizengamot hearing in 9 days, and I would prefer you managed all 3 in a condition of basic rest. Harry stood. Professor. She looked up. Thank you, he said. For being honest with me. McGonagall's expression did the complicated thing again. It seemed the least I could do, she said quietly, and went back to her paperwork. Harry walked back through the castle's nighttime corridors with the particular quality of awareness he'd been developing since he arrived, the feel of the building around him, its layers of history and magic and accumulated life, the way certain portraits watched him and certain staircases seemed to tilt slightly in his direction. Hogwarts was not indifferent to him. He didn't know exactly what that meant, but he'd stopped finding it strange. He stopped on the 3rd floor. The locked door was there, and the magic behind it, and tonight there was something different about the magic. Not louder. More agitated. Like something that had been patient for a long time had recently received news it didn't like and was working out what to do about it. Harry stood in the corridor and felt it. The stone had been moved. Voldemort knew. The entity in Quirrell had been quiet all week, pulling back, conserving, waiting. But behind this door, the thing that had been set here as a challenge, the layered protections Dumbledore had arranged before his arrest, still running on their own inertia, was responding to the agitation in the building's magical environment. He thought about what Hermione had said. Either he's extraordinarily incompetent, or he put the stone here deliberately. Dumbledore had arranged these protections. Some of them were teacher level. Some were not. He'd built a path that a determined student could navigate. He'd been planning to use Harry as a piece. Harry looked at the door. Not tonight, he thought. The stone was gone. Whatever was behind this door was irrelevant to the stone's safety now. But the agitation in the magic meant Voldemort was recalculating, and recalculating meant moving, and moving meant Harry needed to stay ahead of whatever came next. He went to bed. On Sunday, 3 days before the hearing, Neville found Harry in the common room in the early morning and sat beside him with the look of someone who had read something significant and hadn't yet decided how to feel about it. Gringotts sent the preliminary results, Neville said. He had a letter in his hands. The assessment, Augusta went yesterday. Harry waited. There's a dormant lordship, Neville said. House Longbottom. It's mine. Gran has been administering it, but the full formal title was, it was held in suspension. Because of the suppression ward. And with the ward lifting as part of the Wizengamot process, it comes to me. He looked at the letter. I'm Lord Longbottom. Officially, once the ward dissolves. Yes, Harry said. I'm 11, Neville said. So am I. Neville looked at him. How do you do it? Not the legal stuff. Just, how do you not feel completely overwhelmed by it? Harry thought about this honestly. I feel overwhelmed sometimes, he said. Usually at about 2 in the morning. But then I think about what the alternative is, which is not knowing, being managed, being a piece in someone else's game, and the overwhelmed feeling turns into something more useful. What kind of useful? The kind that makes you want to understand everything. Harry looked at him. You're Lord Longbottom. That's yours. No one gave it to you and no one can take it away. It's just, true. What you do with it is a different question, and you don't have to answer it today. Neville nodded slowly. Gran cried, he said, with the slightly stunned tone of someone for whom this was unprecedented. When she found out. She didn't think I saw, but I did. He paused. I think she's been carrying it. The guilt of not knowing. And when it came out he stopped. His throat moved. You should tell her you saw, Harry said quietly. Yeah, Neville said. I think I should. The night before the hearing, Harry sat in the common room alone after everyone had gone to bed, with the trial documents Greengrass had sent spread across the table in front of him. The 1943 precedent. The 47 legal instruments. The evidence summaries. The conflict of interest rulings. The complete, airtight, Gringotts assembled case against a man who had controlled the wizarding world for 40 years and was about to face what he'd spent those years doing. Harry read through everything one more time. Not because he'd missed anything. Because tomorrow he was going to walk into the Wizengamot chamber and face Albus Dumbledore across a formal legal proceeding, and he wanted every fact precise and present in his mind, not as memory but as certainty. He found the 1943 precedent one more time. Greater good arguments cannot supersede documented evidence of material harm to the ward, and read it until he was confident he could quote it verbatim. Then he put the documents away. He went to the window and looked out at the grounds. The lake was still and dark. The forbidden forest was a dense mass of shadow at the edge of the grounds. The sky was cold and clear and immensely full of stars. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow the game got loud. He was ready for loud. Chapter 5, Philosopher's Stone and Political Fire. The ministry car arrived at 6 in the morning. Harry was already in the entrance hall when it came, dressed in the formal black robes that Greengrass had arranged to be delivered to Hogwarts midweek, proper ones, not school robes, with the Potter House crest embroidered on the left breast in silver thread. He'd looked at himself in the dormitory mirror and felt the strangeness of it, the gap between the boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs and the person in these clothes, and had decided the gap was not his problem to resolve emotionally right now. He had a hearing to attend. Hermione was there to see him off, which he hadn't expected. She was in her school uniform, hair already somehow perfectly organized at 6 a.m., with a look that was trying to be composed and was mostly succeeding. You know everything, she said. You've read everything. Greengrass knows what he's doing and Madam Bones is on the right side of this. I know, Harry said. I'm just saying it because, Hermione. He looked at her. I know. Thank you. She nodded, twice, with the focused emphasis of someone concluding a checklist. Write to me the moment it's over. Ron was on the stairs in his pajamas, looking disheveled but deliberately present. Don't let them make you small, he said, which was the most Ron sentence Harry had encountered and was also exactly right. I won't, Harry said. Neville appeared from somewhere behind Ron, also in pajamas, also apparently unwilling to miss the departure. He said nothing, just gave Harry a single solid nod, and Harry returned it with the same economy. McGonagall was at the main doors, holding them open. She looked at Harry with the expression he'd learned meant she had something to say that she had decided not to say because she thought he already knew it. He did. Good luck, Mr. Potter, she said. He walked out into the cold October morning. The ministry car was a black, nondescript vehicle that was somewhat larger on the inside than the outside, which Harry registered as his second encounter with Muggle-styled magical transport and found equally interesting the second time. The driver was a ministry official in the formal grey who introduced himself as Dawlish, said nothing else, and drove with the purposeful silence of someone whose job was transit rather than conversation. Sitting in the back seat across from Harry was a woman Harry recognized from Bones' description as Hestia Jones, an Auror, who had a short wand in her hand resting on her knee and the alert, peripheral attention of someone being professionally vigilant. "Madame Bones sends her regards," Jones said. "She's already at the ministry. She's been there since 5. Harry looked out the window at the pre-dawn Scottish countryside moving past. "What's the atmosphere like at the ministry?" Jones considered this. "Split," she said. "There are people who are certain the whole thing is a conspiracy against Dumbledore. There are people who are certain Dumbledore did everything he's accused of and have been waiting for someone to say so publicly for years. There's a third group, probably the largest, who don't know what to think and are waiting to see what the evidence looks like in person." "The third group is the one that matters," Harry said. "Yes," Jones agreed, with the tone of someone who had been thinking the same thing. The Ministry of Magic materialized out of a stretch of unremarkable London Street with the kind of architectural confidence that only invisible buildings managed, its entrance a plain telephone box on a Whitehall side street. Harry had read about it. The phone box was an undignified entry point, he thought, for what was supposedly the center of magical governance in Britain, but perhaps that was intentional, the gap between the Muggle surface and the magical depth being a kind of reminder of the two worlds' relationship. He took the phone box down. The lobby was marble and gold and enormous fountains, and it was busy even at this hour, witches and wizards in professional robes moving through it with the directed energy of people who had somewhere to be. Several of them looked at Harry. Word had clearly preceded him. Greengrass was waiting by the fountain. He looked exactly as he had at Hogwarts, white-haired, composed, radiating the specific energy of someone who was very much in their element. Beside him was his associate Daphne, already taking notes. On his other side was a face Harry hadn't seen before, a woman of about 60 with grey streaks in dark hair, rimless glasses, and the bearing of someone who had run a great many formal proceedings and found them mostly manageable. "Lord Potter," Greengrass said. "This is Acting Chief Warlock Griselda Marchbanks. She wanted to meet you before the session." Marchbanks looked at Harry with the direct, unadorned assessment of a professional. "Lord Potter, I want you to understand the ground rules for this session before we go in." Her voice was precise and somewhat dry, like very good academic prose. "I will not permit this proceeding to become a spectacle. Evidence will be presented in order. Witnesses will be heard without interruption. I will remove anyone from the chamber who cannot manage that, regardless of their title or reputation." A pause. "That includes you, if necessary, though I suspect it won't be." "Understood," Harry said. "I have no interest in spectacle." "Good." She looked at him for another moment. "You understand that you may be called to speak. The evidence is your blood documentation, it exists independently of your testimony. But Dumbledore's team may choose to question you directly. I'm ready for that. Doge is going to try to make this about your age and your capacity to have been harmed by the alleged actions," Marchbanks said bluntly. "He will suggest that an 11-year-old cannot meaningfully be described as damaged by arrangements made when he was 1. He will argue that the abstractions of lordship and inheritance have not materially affected your lived experience in ways that constitute criminal harm." She paused. "How would you answer that?" Harry looked at her. "I would ask Doge to explain the Muggle concept of interest on stolen capital. Because the redirected vault income over 10 years, compounded at Gringotts standard rate, represents a sum substantial enough that its absence was not abstract. It was material and ongoing, and it happened while I was sleeping in a cupboard under a staircase." He held her gaze. "That's not an abstraction." Marchbanks was quiet for a moment. "Good," she said again, and walked away toward the lifts. The Wizengamot chamber was on the 9th level, which required a specific lift key that Greengrass had and Harry didn't yet, and which descended with the sensation of going somewhere that the building took seriously. The doors opened onto a corridor that was lined with portraits of former chief warlocks, all looking out with the solemn energy of people who knew they were in a gallery of precedent. Harry walked the corridor and looked at the portraits. They looked back. One near the end, an older man with Greengrass's grey eyes, gave Harry a very slight nod, which Harry returned. The chamber doors were solid oak and enormously tall and flanked by two aurors in full red uniform. One of them opened the doors at Greengrass's approach without being asked. The room beyond was the architecture of authority. Tiered seating in a horseshoe, filled already with Wizengamot members in plum-colored robes, the murmur of a large body of people who had been sitting in anticipation for a while and had opinions about it. At the center of the floor was the defendant's chair, plain wood, no ornament, the kind of seat that existed only to make its occupant feel exposed. Off to one side was the advocate's table, where Greengrass went immediately and began arranging documents. Dumbledore was already seated in the defendant's chair. Harry had not seen him since the night of the arrest, and he made himself look at him now without flinching. Dumbledore looked older. Not physically, not dramatically, but in the way people looked when the story they'd been living inside had recently lost its floor. He was still dignified, still composed, still projecting the quiet authority of someone who had occupied important rooms for decades and found them generally agreeable. But something was different in his eyes. The quality Harry had identified at the feast, the chess player rewriting a narrative, had resolved now into something more settled. Dumbledore had found his strategy and was inhabiting it. He looked at Harry when Harry entered. Harry looked back at him. He held Dumbledore's gaze for exactly as long as the moment required, which was not long, and then he walked to the seat Greengrass indicated beside the advocate's table and sat down. Elphias Doge was at the opposing advocate's table, a round, soft-faced man in elaborate robes who looked deeply uncomfortable in the way of someone doing something extremely difficult out of personal loyalty. He was good at his job, Harry had been told. He was not good at this specific kind of job, against this specific case, and he knew it. Marchbanks entered from a side door and took the chief warlock's elevated seat with the efficiency of someone who had occupied authority so long it had become unconscious. The Wizengamot convenes, she said, and the chamber settled immediately. First session of preliminary hearings in the matter of the hereditary claims of House Potter and associated houses, versus Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, on charges as filed. Evidence will be presented by the Office of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, represented by Director Ragnarok, and by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, represented by Director Amelia Bones. The defendant is represented by Elphias Doge. She looked around the chamber. We will begin with evidence presentation. Mr. Greengrass. Greengrass stood. What followed was 3 hours of the most precise legal performance Harry had ever witnessed, which was a low bar given his age but would have been impressive by any standard. Greengrass presented the evidence the way a master craftsman worked, each piece placed exactly, no wasted motion, the structure emerging piece by piece until the whole thing was visible and undeniable. The blood documentation first. Ragnarok presented it personally, ascending to the chamber's floor with the bearing of someone who did not find the Wizengamot particularly impressive but understood the value of engaging with its processes. He explained the basin, the blood confirmation, the 47 instruments activating simultaneously. He presented the physical record, parchments of blood-mapped magical evidence that glowed faintly in the chamber's light, each one a piece of a picture that assembled itself as they were displayed. Several Wizengamot members shifted in their seats. Harry watched them. Then the suppression ward documentation. Then the forged proxy instruments, each one presented against the original authentic document, the forgery detectable in the magical signature, not by eye, but by the specific resonance of the blood law evidence, which recognized false lineage claims the way a compass recognized north. The contrast was unmistakable. Dumbledore's face throughout this was a careful composition. Then Bones. She presented the DMLE findings with the stripped, factual delivery of someone who had spent a career letting evidence do the work. Financial redirections. Vault records. The 10 years of accumulated interest flowing from Harry's secondary accounts into 3 specific destinations. She named the destinations. She named the amounts. The chamber was very quiet when she named the amounts. Doge stood for cross-examination of Ragnarok and got 2 questions in before Marchbanks interrupted his third, an attempt to question the legal standing of blood documentation in cases involving minors, with a quiet, iron reference to blood law precedent from 1847 that answered his question entirely and left him with nowhere to go. He sat down. Dumbledore spoke for the first time during Doge's opening statement of the defense. Doge read it from prepared notes, and it was, as Greengrass had predicted, the greater good argument, built carefully. The wizarding world had been in crisis. Voldemort's fall had left a power vacuum that could have been catastrophic. The decisions Dumbledore had made regarding Harry's legal and financial status were motivated entirely by protective intent, minimizing Harry's public profile, reducing his attractiveness as a target, ensuring that the resources that would eventually come to Harry were preserved and managed during his minority. The chamber listened. Some members nodded slowly, not agreement exactly, but recognition of the argument's form. Marchbanks looked at Greengrass. He stood. "The greater good defense," he said pleasantly, in the tone of a man who had been waiting for this, relies on the proposition that the harm caused was either non-existent or was outweighed by the protective benefit. We would like to address both parts of that proposition. He picked up a single sheet of parchment. The court's attention is drawn to Wizengamot versus Porthos, 1943, in which this chamber ruled unanimously that greater good arguments cannot supersede documented evidence of material harm to a ward. The ruling specified that protective intent, however genuine, cannot legally transform a theft into a custody arrangement, or redirect an inheritance without the ward's consent, actual or foreseeable, and remain within the bounds of magical law. He set the parchment down. We will now address the question of material harm. He turned to Harry and gave a small nod. Harry stood. He had not rehearsed a speech. He had thought about this moment, had been thinking about it since August 31st, since the runes in the basin ignited and the parchments rose and Ragnar's face went tight, and he had decided that what was true needed to be said plainly, because the truth of it was sufficient and did not require oratory. He addressed the chamber directly. Not Marchbanks, not Greengrass, not Dumbledore, the chamber. The plum-robed men and women sitting in their tiered seats who had been the world his parents belonged to and who had, in various degrees, failed to notice what had been done to him. I grew up at 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, he said. With my mother's sister and her husband and their son. I slept in a cupboard under the stairs until I was 10. I wore my cousin's discarded clothes. I was told that my parents died in a car crash, that my scar was from the crash, that magic wasn't real and anything I did that looked like magic was abnormal and to be suppressed. His voice was steady. Not performed, just steady. I did not know I was a wizard until Hagrid came to collect me for Hogwarts. I did not know I had parents who were extraordinary people who died protecting me. I did not know I had money, property, a name that meant something, houses in 3 counties, a library that apparently contains 900 years of accumulated magical knowledge. I did not know any of it, because it was arranged that I should not know. He paused. The chamber was still. The defense will argue that this was protective. I want to ask the chamber to consider what I was being protected from, specifically. Voldemort was gone, diminished, not destroyed, but not an active threat. Voldemort's followers who weren't killed or in Azkaban were, in the most part, either in hiding or had recanted. The danger was real but not immediate. It was not immediate enough to justify 10 years of systematic legal theft and financial redirection. It was not immediate enough to justify placing a child in a home where, he stopped. Let the pause do its work. Where no one checked. Where no one came. Where the observer Dumbledore placed on my street never once reported conditions that warranted intervention. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked back at him. And in his expression Harry saw, for the first time, something that might have been something genuine, not guilt, exactly, but the specific discomfort of a person who had constructed a moral universe in which they were the necessary hero and was now sitting in a room where someone had quietly, factually dismantled the foundations. I am not here for revenge, Harry said, and he meant it. I am here because what was done was wrong and is documented and has a remedy available under the law. I am here because 28 houses of the wizarding world deserve to have their rightful lord rather than a series of stolen proxies. I am here because the law exists for a reason, and that reason doesn't stop applying when the person breaking it has good intentions. He looked back at the chamber. I am here because I deserve to know what I am. That's all. He sat down. The chamber held its silence for a moment that had specific weight. Then Wizengamot member Lord Greenwood, a heavy-set man in the third tier whom Harry had identified from Greengrass's briefing as traditionally aligned with Dumbledore's faction, cleared his throat. I have a question for the defendant, he said. Marchbanks nodded. Greenwood looked at Dumbledore. Albus. Did you know about the cupboard? The question was not in the legal documentation. It was not in the formal charges. It was the question of a man who had trusted Dumbledore for 40 years and had just sat through 3 hours of evidence and was asking the thing that was underneath all the other things. Dumbledore was very still. I was aware, he said quietly, that the living situation was not ideal. The chamber heard the answer, and the chamber heard what the answer admitted by framing it that way, and several things shifted in the room simultaneously. Doge looked at his notes and didn't say anything. Marchbanks called a recess. In the corridor outside the chamber during the break, Bones found Harry and Greengrass at a corner table with tea that one of the junior ministry officials had produced. She set down a folder. Something has come up, she said. During the recess, I received an urgent message from my office. She looked at Harry directly. Quirrell didn't come to his classroom this morning. His quarters are. There's evidence of a disturbance. He appears to have left the castle late last night. Harry set down his tea. Left toward where? We don't know yet. The wards on the Hogwarts grounds show him exiting through the main gate at approximately 2 a.m. He was moving quickly and his magical signature was irregular. Doubled, Harry said. As if 2 magical entities were registering on the ward sensors, Bones said. Which is consistent with your theory about his situation. Harry thought about the agitation behind the third-floor door. The stone having been moved. Voldemort recalculating. He's going after the stone, Harry said. He knows it was moved and he's trying to find where it went. The stone is currently in Gringotts' deepest vaults, Bones said. Under security that, he can't get through Gringotts, Harry said. Ragnarok prepared for this. But Quirrell doesn't know that for certain, and Voldemort is desperate enough to try. He looked at Bones. You need Aurors at Gringotts now. I have already dispatched a team, Bones said. But there's a second concern. She opened the folder. Quirrell had notes in his quarters. We found them during the sweep. He had been researching alternative hosts. The table went quiet. He was planning to abandon Quirrell, Harry said slowly. Planning to, or being forced to, Bones said. The evidence suggests Quirrell's condition had deteriorated significantly in the past week. Whatever is inhabiting him was becoming incompatible. It needed a new vessel. Greengrass had been listening with the focused attention of a lawyer identifying which problem was in his lane and which wasn't. This is a matter for the DMLE and it's being handled, he said, looking at Harry with clear intent. We have a hearing to return to. I know, Harry said. Quirrell is not your immediate problem, Greengrass said. Your immediate problem is sitting in a defendant's chair in that chamber and the best thing you can do for the Quirrell situation is ensure that the legal structure emerging from today is one where Madame Bones has the authority and the support she needs to act decisively. He looked at Harry. A Wizengamot that has properly adjudicated this case, with reinstated lordships and legitimate seat allocations, is a Wizengamot that Bones can work with. That matters. Harry understood this. He was already thinking it. What happens this afternoon? Doge will present his full defense argument. I will rebut with the 1943 precedent and the financial evidence. Marchbanks may call for an immediate finding or she may call for written submissions before a full vote. Greengrass's voice was precise and unhurried. The vote, whenever it occurs, will go for us. I have counted the chamber. Even accounting for Dumbledore's strongest remaining supporters, the evidence is too specific. He paused. The outcome on the primary charges is close to certain. The sentencing, the actual consequences for Dumbledore, is less predictable. What are the options? Azkaban, in full or partial sentence. Magical binding, limitations on his practice. Community or administrative penalties. Stripping of his titles, which would include the Order of Merlin and his academic positions. Greengrass looked at Harry carefully. What do you want? Harry had thought about this. He'd been thinking about it since August, since Ragnarok's phase had gone tight and the documents had floated in the basin's golden light. I want the legal remediation of everything that was taken, he said. I want the suppression wards dissolved and the lordships reinstated and the financial records corrected. I want Dumbledore stripped of the positions that he used to facilitate the theft, the Wizengamot titles, the proxy arrangements, the chief warlock seat obviously. He paused. I don't want Azkaban. Greengrass raised an eyebrow. Azkaban would make him a martyr, Harry said. To the people who already think this is a conspiracy, putting him in Azkaban makes them angrier and gives them a focal point for that anger for years. It doesn't actually remedy anything. What remedies it is the restoration of what was taken and the public, legal, documented acknowledgement of what happened. He looked at the folder on the table. And whatever happens with Quirrell is a separate matter that Madame Bones handles through the proper channels. Greengrass looked at him for a long moment. You've thought about this since before today. Yes. Some of the noble lords in that chamber will want a harder outcome. Several have been waiting a long time to see Dumbledore vulnerable and they will push for the most severe option available. I know. It's my case. My recommendation carries legal weight under Blood Law Clause 88. Harry looked at the folder. I'll be clear about what I'm recommending when the time comes. Greengrass's mouth did something that was as close to a smile as the man apparently got. Your father's legal memory is in the Potter family archive, he said, apparently as an aside. Your mother's research notes are in the Potter Library at Hawthorne Hall. I thought you should know they exist. Harry held very still for a moment. Thank you, he said quietly. Come. They're calling us back. The afternoon session was Doge's, and he was better in it than the morning had suggested he might be. He had clearly spent the recess finding his footing and he argued the greater good defense with more structure than the morning statement had indicated, building the context of the post-war period carefully, presenting evidence of the genuine threats that had existed, the legitimate concerns about Harry's vulnerability as the only known person to have survived Voldemort's killing curse and what that made him as a target. It was not a bad argument. It was genuinely not a bad argument, and Harry sat and listened to it and gave it the credit it deserved and watched the chamber listening. Several members were clearly weighing it. Not Dumbledore's oldest loyalists, they had been going to weigh it regardless, but the genuinely uncertain ones, the third group, the ones who were trying to reconcile the evidence with the decades of earned trust. Greengrass rose for rebuttal. He took the Porthos ruling and he applied it with surgical precision to each element of Doge's argument. He did not dismiss the protective intent, he acknowledged it, fully and directly, and then explained why acknowledgement of intent was legally insufficient to remedy documented harm. He walked through the financial evidence one more time, more slowly this time, watching the chamber as he did it, letting the numbers sit. Then he said, Lord Potter has authorized me to convey his recommendation regarding sentencing, in the event the chamber finds for the prosecution. The chamber stirred. Lord Potter recommends the following: full legal remediation of all suppressed and stolen lordship claims, including dissolution of the suppression wards and formal reinstatement of all 28 noble houses to their rightful lord. Complete financial restoration, to the extent recoverable, of all redirected vault income. Removal of Albus Dumbledore from all Wizengamot titles, proxy arrangements, and formal positions of magical governance. Removal from the position of Hogwarts headmaster, effective immediately. Greengrass paused. Lord Potter does not recommend Azkaban. He recommends a period of magical restrictions binding Dumbledore from any further involvement in hereditary or guardianship matters, combined with mandatory transparency obligations regarding the full scope of any remaining arrangements made during the relevant period. A pause. Lord Potter's reasoning, that the remediation of harm, not the punishment of the person who caused it, is the correct purpose of this proceeding. The chamber was very quiet. Dumbledore, in the defendant's chair, was looking at Harry. Harry looked back at him. There was something in Dumbledore's expression that was more complex than anything Harry had expected to see there. It was the expression of someone who had prepared for anger and received something more confusing. The expression of someone encountering, from a person they had fundamentally underestimated, a judgment that was simultaneously more merciful and more devastating than anything they'd prepared for. More devastating because it was considered. Because it had thought about Azkaban and chosen against it not from weakness or sentimentality but from structural reasoning. Because it meant the boy Dumbledore had spent 10 years managing had arrived here having thought about this more clearly than he had. Marchbanks called for the vote. It wasn't close. 31-9 for the prosecution, with 2 abstentions. The sentencing recommendations were voted on separately. The full remediation package passed 32-8. Azkaban was proposed by Lord Selwyn of House Selwyn and voted down 26-14. Harry's recommendation carried. When Marchbanks read the finding aloud, the chamber had the specific charged silence of a moment that was going to be discussed for decades. The legal weight of 31 years of accumulated wrongdoing being formally acknowledged. The word guilty in Marchbanks' dry, precise voice, spoken into the stone-walled room with the permanence of a thing being cut into the historical record. Dumbledore stood when the finding was read, and he did it with the dignity of someone who had decided, apparently, that whatever came next would not find him crumpled. He looked at Harry one final time. His expression had settled into something that was not guilt and not anger and not the calculated warmth of Dumbledore performing Dumbledore. It was something older than any of those. Something that might have been, if Harry were in a generous mood, a species of genuine regret. Harry looked back at him without performing anything at all. Dumbledore was escorted from the chamber. He went quietly. Bones was beside Harry almost immediately, her voice low and urgent. Aurors are at Gringotts. Quirrell was intercepted attempting to enter through the Muggle Street entrance. He was confused, disoriented, the Voldemort presence was apparently pushing him harder than his body could manage. He's been taken to St. Mungo's. She paused. Harry. Quirrell died in transit. Harry was still. The entity, the secondary presence, departed at the point of death. Standard detachment when a host dies. It's gone. Dispersed. Not destroyed, but without a body it becomes dormant again. She looked at him carefully. Which means the immediate threat is neutralized. Harry thought about Quirrell. A man who had gone looking for something in Eastern Europe and had come back with something he hadn't chosen, something that had used him and worn him away and killed him on a London street in the early morning of October the 15th. What happens to the stone now? He asked. Flamel is in communication with Ragnarok. They're discussing whether the stone should be destroyed. Flamel is, a brief pause, he is accepting of that outcome. He and his wife are very old, and he said something to Ragnarok about a sufficient number of years being sufficient. She looked at Harry. It's being handled. Good, Harry said. He looked at the empty defendant's chair. The chamber was clearing around them. Members in plum robes moving in groups, already deep in the animated conversation of people processing a significant collective moment. Several stopped and looked at Harry, some with something that might have been apology, some with something that was straightforwardly respect, some with the complicated expression of people who had voted for Dumbledore 9 times and were now in the process of understanding what that had meant. Lord Greenwood stopped beside Harry on his way out. The man who had asked Dumbledore about the cupboard. He didn't say anything. He put his hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, a gesture that was awkward and genuine, and said something that neither of them was going to put into words, and walked on. Greengrass was gathering his documents with efficient satisfaction. The suppression ward dissolution will be processed within 72 hours, he said, without looking up. The formal Lord Potter recognition in the Wizengamot registry will follow. You will receive your formal seating documentation by post. What about the 7 challenged lords? Harry asked. The ones whose positions were established through the suppression wards. Their cases will be reviewed individually over the next 6 months, Greengrass said. Some will retain their positions through independent legitimate claim. Some will not. The process will be fair. He looked up. You were correct not to push for immediate removal. It would have destabilized the Wizengamot significantly, and you will need a functional Wizengamot in the coming years. Because Voldemort isn't finished, Harry said. Because Voldemort isn't finished, Greengrass agreed, without drama. Dispersed and dormant is not destroyed. He will find another way to reconstitute himself, in time. And when he does, you will want a legal and political structure that is coherent and not resentful. He picked up his case. That is what today built. He walked toward the chamber doors, his associate Daphne at his heel, and then stopped and turned back. The family archive, he said. I'll arrange access to the Potter Library at Hawthorne Hall. You should see it before the end of term. He looked at Harry with the grey eyes. Your mother's research notes. She was doing something extraordinary in the final year before she died. You should know what it was. He left before Harry could ask what that meant. Harry stood in the emptying chamber for a moment. The stone walls. The tiered seats. The empty defendant's chair. The light from the high windows was afternoon pale now, October doing what October did, the day sliding toward its end. He felt, not exactly what he'd expected to feel. Not triumph. Not relief, exactly, though something had released. More like the specific feeling of having finished a long, difficult piece of work and finding that the work had left him different than he'd started it. Changed in the way that happens when you do something genuinely hard and find you were capable of it. He thought about a cupboard under the stairs. About a boy told he was nothing. About the specific cruelty of being managed by someone who thought that managing you was the same as loving you. He thought about his mother, researching something extraordinary in the year she died, in a library at Hawthorne Hall that he hadn't known existed until yesterday. He thought about 28 houses, and what he was going to do with them, and how the doing needed to be better than anything that had been done in their names so far. He walked out of the chamber into the corridor of portraits, and the portrait of Greengrass's grandfather watched him pass with grey eyes and what looked very much like approval. The ministry car brought him back to Hogwarts as the sun was dropping toward the tree line, the castle appearing above the hills in the late light with the specific quality of solidity it had developed for him over 3 weeks, not a place he was visiting, but a place he lived, with all the particular weight of that. The entrance hall had a crowd in it. Not the whole school, most students were at dinner, judging from the sounds coming from the Great Hall, but a significant gathering of Gryffindors and several Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs who had apparently heard the car arriving and come to meet it. Ron was at the front, still in his uniform, practically bouncing with the suppressed energy of someone who had been waiting for news all day. Well? Ron said. Guilty, Harry said. 31-9. The entrance hall made a noise. Harry walked through it and through the great hall doors and sat down at the Gryffindor table and reached for the food, because he had eaten nothing since 6 in the morning and was genuinely hungry, and the noise continued around him in wave after wave, and he ate his dinner in the center of it with the particular calm of someone who had somewhere to be and knew where that was. Hermione sat next to him and didn't say anything at all, which was how he knew she understood how he was feeling better than he did himself at this exact moment. Neville sat across from him, and looked at him, and said, House Longbottom sends its formal congratulations to House Potter. He said it with a slight awkwardness, practicing the formality of it, and then his face cracked into something genuine. I wrote to Gran from the Ollery. She's going to, she said she'd light a candle for your parents. Harry looked at him. Tell her thank you, he said. And he meant it so straightforwardly that Neville just nodded, no ceremony required. Fred and George appeared from somewhere, apparently materializing through the noise, and Fred said, "Right, so we're going to need a full account, start to finish, don't skip the dramatic bits." There weren't dramatic bits, Harry said. It was mostly Greengrass being extremely precise for several hours. "That is inherently dramatic," George said. Harry ate his shepherd's pie. Later, much later, after the hall had cleared and the dormitory had filled and emptied and the castle had settled into its nighttime sounds, Harry sat at his dormitory window with Hedwig on his arm and looked out at the grounds in the dark. He was thinking about his mother's research notes. About what Greengrass had said, something extraordinary, in the final year before she died. He was thinking about a curse rebounding, which was not what curses did. He was thinking about why he, a 1-year-old with no training and no wand, had been the thing that broke the most powerful dark wizard of the century. He was thinking about what his mother had been researching. He was thinking about Voldemort, dispersed and dormant and patient. He was thinking about the fact that today had been enormous and important and genuinely good, and that it was also, in some fundamental way, only the beginning. Hedwig made a quiet sound and pressed her head against his cheek with the specific warmth of an animal that knew its person was doing something difficult internally and had decided to be present for it. "I know," Harry told her. Outside, the October sky was cold and clear and the stars were doing what they always did, which was burn with extraordinary indifference to everything happening beneath them. The lake was still. The forbidden forest was dark. The castle around him was alive in its ancient, layered way, breathing its centuries-long breath. Harry Potter, Lord of 28 Houses, sat in the window of his dormitory and looked at the stars and thought about what came next. He had a Quidditch match next Saturday. He had a Charms assessment Monday. He had his mother's library to visit and her research notes to read and an incomplete understanding of why he was alive when he shouldn't be, and a dormant Dark Lord who was going to try again, eventually, in a new form, and would need to be dealt with when he did. He had friends who were real and an attorney who was brilliant and an Auror who was honest and a goblin director who had saved his life by sending an owl in August. He had a lot of work to do. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 6, The Verdict of Blood. November came to Hogwarts like it meant it. The kind of cold that didn't apologize, sharp mornings with frost on the inside of the dormitory windows, the lake going steel-gray and serious, the grounds hardening underfoot in a way that made Quidditch practice feel like a gladiatorial commitment. Harry didn't mind it. He'd grown up in a house where warmth was rationed and cold was just weather, and Scottish cold had the decency to be honest about itself. He was flying on the morning of November 3rd when the owls came. Not Hedwig, the whole post, dozens of them, a cloud of ministry and Gringotts and private family owls descending on the great hall below him in a formation that he could see from 300 feet up, which told him something significant had happened or been processed or both. He came out of his practice spiral and landed on the pitch with the focused precision he developed in 8 weeks of near-daily flying, handed the practice snitch back to Oliver Wood, who was watching with the devoted attention of a man for whom Quidditch was a spiritual practice, and jogged back to the castle. The great hall was reading. Not the ordinary breakfast post reading where people laughed at letters from home and argued about the Prophet's Quidditch coverage. This was the focused, communal reading of a room that had received the same significant document simultaneously and was processing it together. The distinctive ministry parchment, official weight, official purple, was open in front of at least 30 students he could see from the doorway, and more owls were still arriving. Hermione had 4 documents spread in front of her. She looked up when Harry sat down. "The suppression wards dissolved at midnight," she said, without preamble. "All 28 of them, simultaneously. Gringotts and the Ministry issued a joint announcement this morning." And, she pushed the largest document toward him, the formal Wizengamot Registry update. Harry picked it up. Registry of Noble and Most Ancient Houses, Wizengamot of Magical Britain. Updated November 3rd, by order of Acting Chief Warlock Marchbanks. The following lordship registrations are hereby formally recognized, effective immediately upon dissolution of the suppression wards as processed on November 2nd at midnight. 28 houses listed. House Potter at the top, then Peveril, then Gryffindor, then Slytherin, that one still made him quietly amused, then 24 more in order of their historical precedence. Each one with a brief formal designation and, beside it, a single line, Lord, Harry James Potter. 28 times. He read it once, folded it carefully, and put it in his bag. Ron was staring at him. "You're taking that very calmly." "I've had 3 months to get used to the idea," Harry said, and reached for his toast. "It's 28 houses," Ron said. "Yes." "In the Wizengamot." "Yes." Ron appeared to do some private mathematical accounting. His eyebrows moved upward. "Harry," he said. "I know," Harry said. You have, Ron." Harry looked at him. "I know. Eat your breakfast." Ron ate his breakfast with the expression of a man who was going to have more thoughts about this and was simply filing them temporarily. The letter from Ragnarok arrived with the second wave of post, carried by the large Gringotts owl that the hall had started recognizing and which got out of the way of by reflex now. Harry unrolled it one-handed while eating. "Lord Potter. The suppression wards are dissolved and the registry is updated. I want to advise you on several matters that will develop over the coming weeks. First, 7 lords whose positions were established through the suppression wards are currently under individual review. 3 have already established independent legitimate claim through our preliminary assessment and will retain their seats. 4 will not. Those 4 vacancies will require filling through proper hereditary process, which in 2 cases flows back to your line, adding proxy seats to your existing holding. In total, you will hold a majority position in the Wizengamot Noble House block by December. Second, Cornelius Fudge has been making representations to the Board of Governors regarding the Hogwarts headmaster vacancy. He is proposing a ministry-appointed interim headmaster rather than an internal appointment. I have discussed this with Arcturus Greengrass and with Madame Bones, and our collective view is that this should be opposed. The relevant filing has been prepared. Your authorization to submit would be appreciated. Third, I have received a request from Sirius Black's legal representative. It appears he has a legal representative now, which is itself interesting, regarding the Black family claim. This is not a simple matter and I will brief you fully before you make any decision. But the broad situation is that Sirius Black may have been imprisoned without trial, which, if true, changes his status in several significant ways. The Potter archive at Gringotts has been unsealed and is available for your review at your convenience. Your mother's research is among the materials. Ragnarok, Director, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry read the letter twice. He folded it alongside the registry document and put it in his bag. He ate the rest of his breakfast thinking about Sirius Black. The name had come up before, in Augusta Longbottom's context, in the Black family claim discussion, briefly in things Ron had said about the war. Harry knew the broad outline: Sirius Black, accused of betraying Harry's parents to Voldemort, of murdering 13 Muggles in the explosion that followed the arrest. Imprisoned in Azkaban without trial the day after the Potters died. Serving a life sentence for crimes Harry had been told, unquestioningly, that he'd committed. Without trial, Ragnarok had written, and the phrase had a specific quality that Harry was learning to recognize as the quality of things that mattered more than they appeared to. In the wizarding world of 1981, in the chaotic week after Voldemort's fall, a man had been put in Azkaban for life without a trial. While the chief warlock was Dumbledore. Harry ate his toast and thought about that very carefully. Defense Against the Dark Arts had a new teacher. This had been the case since mid-October, when Quirrell's empty rooms had been quietly cleaned and the classroom had sat vacant for a week while the school collectively tried to work out what had happened and mostly failed. The official story, a ministry briefing circulated to staff and read aloud by McGonagall at dinner, was that Professor Quirrell had suffered a sudden magical illness and was receiving care. The reality, which Bones had shared with Harry and which had spread in its incomplete form through the school's rumor network, was that Quirrell was dead and something had been living in his turban and the ministry was managing the public statement very carefully. The new teacher was a woman named Aurora Sinistra, temporarily reassigned from astronomy, which she found clearly inconvenient and was managing with professional competence. She was good at defense in the structured, theoretical way of someone who had studied it seriously rather than practiced it extensively, and Harry liked her classes for the quality of the reading lists she assigned. He spent defense on the morning of the first Quidditch match reading ahead in the most recent text she'd assigned, a dense, fascinating examination of magical resistance and counter-curse architecture, and answering questions when called on with the absent ease of someone whose brain was running on multiple tracks simultaneously. The match was against Slytherin. Gryffindor versus Slytherin in November, with the entire school in attendance, Snape refereeing with the conspicuous neutrality of someone who was aware that everyone was watching his neutrality, and Oliver Wood pacing the changing room pre-match with the energy of a man who had found meaning, and it was oval and red. Harry sat in the changing room and listened to Oliver's team talk with one part of his attention and thought about the Sirius Black letter with another part, and then firmly put the second part away, because the Quidditch pitch required full attention and his brain knew the difference. He flew. This was still, and he thought would continue to be, one of the truest things about himself. He flew the way he read, with complete, unself-conscious immersion. The match was complicated in the specific way of Quidditch matches, full contact below him, 12 players and 2 commentators and several hundred people yelling, Snape a distant figure in black far below whose calls were technically correct and clearly annoying to the Gryffindor side. Draco Malfoy was Slytherin Seeker, which Harry had known. He was good, genuinely good, with natural instincts for the aerial work. He was flying an expensive broom, the best available, and handling it with the practiced confidence of someone who had been on a broom since he could walk. This was a real contest, not a foregone conclusion, and Harry felt the pleasure of that, something that required his actual best rather than a demonstration. They spotted the snitch simultaneously, 20 minutes in, a flash of gold near the Slytherin goalposts. Harry went for it with everything the Nimbus had. Malfoy came from his angle, closing fast. The gap between them was narrowing, and then it wasn't, because Harry was simply faster, his natural aerial instincts creating small corrections that added up to decisive advantage, and the snitch was in his hand with the clean, specific sensation of having done the exact right thing. The stadium detonated. Harry landed, held up his hand, and Gryffindor won a Quidditch match. He absorbed the team's jubilation for the appropriate amount of time, which was generous because he genuinely liked these people, and then walked off the pitch into the cold November air and went back to thinking about Sirius Black. That afternoon he wrote his reply to Ragnarok. Yes to the Hogwarts headmaster opposition filing. Brief inquiry about Sirius Black's legal situation and specific request for the full briefing. And, because it had been 3 weeks since the hearing and he hadn't yet arranged the visit, a formal request to schedule time at the Potter Library at Hawthorne Hall before the Christmas break. He sent Hedwig with all 3. Then he went to the library and found Hermione at their table, which was predictable, and Neville across from her, which was less predictable and more pleasing, the two of them apparently in the middle of a focused conversation about something in an open book between them. "What are you working on?" Harry asked, sitting down. Neville found something, Hermione said, and the quality in her voice was the excited but careful voice she used when something was genuinely significant. She pushed the book toward Harry. It was a magical genealogy text, old, the spine cracked and the margins full of someone's annotations in faded ink. It was open to the Potter family section. Harry looked at it. The tree was extensive and went back further than most genealogies bothered with, the older generations condensed into single lines that branched with increasing complexity as they approached the present. But Neville had a finger on a line in the middle section, and Harry leaned forward and read it. Ignotus Peverell, the line continued, his descendants marked in successive generations until it converged with the Potter line approximately 300 years ago. But beside it, in the book's margins, someone had written in the old faded ink, 3 brothers. 3 gifts. The hollow and the stone and the cloak. Harry looked at the annotation for a long time. The Deathly Hallows, Neville said. It's in a few different texts, more legend than history, but the core story is consistent. 3 brothers, 3 magical objects, an unbeatable wand, a stone that recalls the dead, and an invisibility cloak that hides you from death itself. He paused. Your family descends from Ignotus Peveril, the third brother. The one who had the cloak. Harry thought about his father's possessions, catalogued in the Gringotts inventory Ragnarok had provided in August. He had not yet been through the full inventory, it was enormous, 900 years of accumulation. But the word cloak now had a different quality when he thought about the word. You have an invisibility cloak, Hermione said quietly. In the Potter vault. Probably, Harry said. If the Hallows are real, Neville said carefully, and if the other two objects also exist, the Elder Wand is in multiple historical references, last recorded in Dumbledore's possession in 1945 after his duel with Grindelwald. Dumbledore had the Elder Wand, Harry said. According to the historical record, Neville said. Which means when he was arrested, the wand was, where? Not with him, I assume. They'd have confiscated his wand as part of the arrest. Harry was already thinking ahead. He looked at Hermione. She had the expression of someone whose brain had just made a large connection and was verifying it rapidly. A confiscated wand, she said, would be in Ministry evidence storage. Catalogued. Under Dumbledore's name. But if it was the Elder Wand, then it's an extremely dangerous object sitting in Ministry storage, Harry said, and Dumbledore is probably aware that it's there and thinking about what that means for his current situation. They sat with this for a moment. One problem at a time, Harry said. Tell Madam Bones. Hermione already had parchment out. Harry spent the evening reading the genealogy book and two others that Neville had identified, building his understanding of the Peveril line and the Hallow legend with the methodical focus of someone who had learned that the things other people called legends were frequently things that mattered. Before bed he added a fourth letter to Hedwig's leg, to Greengrass, asking what he knew about objects confiscated during a Wizengamot arrest and what the procedure was for flagging a specific item as requiring specialist handling. Hedwig gave him a long look. I know, Harry said. Last one tonight. She left without comment, which was either forgiveness or patience and possibly both. The letter from Greengrass arrived the following morning with the speed of a man who kept inconvenient hours and didn't mind it. Confiscated items are held in DMLE secure storage, catalogued under the detainee's name and subject to evidence preservation protocols. They cannot be accessed by the detainee or their legal representative without a specific court order. However, items of unusual magical significance can be flagged for specialist review under Ministry Regulation 44B, which allows for an independent assessment by a designated magical artifact expert. The Elder Wand, if real and if present in that storage facility, is an object whose existence in Ministry keeping is deeply problematic. I have some knowledge of the Hallows. It is not common knowledge but it is documented in the older legal texts, specifically in the context of ownership transfer, which for that particular object is uniquely complicated. I will file a 44B request this morning. Do not discuss this with anyone outside your immediate trusted circle. The number of people who know about the Elder Wand's possible location should be as small as possible for as long as possible. One more thing, the Board of Governors met last night. The Ministry's headmaster appointment proposal was defeated 11-1, largely on the basis of our filing but also, I'm told, because 3 board members received letters from parents of current students expressing strong preference for an internal appointment. Someone organized that very efficiently. Harry looked up from the letter at Ron, who was eating porridge with the expression of someone who had done something and was choosing not to mention it. Your mum, Harry said. Ron's expression didn't change. Mum writes to people sometimes. She knows a lot of people. She organized a letter-writing campaign to the Board of Governors. I couldn't possibly confirm that, Ron said. More pumpkin juice. Harry accepted the pumpkin juice and thought that having a Weasley in his corner was one of the better things that had happened since August. McGonagall was appointed acting headmistress on November 8. The announcement came at breakfast, delivered by McGonagall herself in the specific tone of someone reporting news that they find both significant and privately satisfying and are managing not to show. She would continue as head of Gryffindor and Transfiguration professor while fulfilling the headmistress role, she said, and the school would notice no disruption to the normal running of, the Gryffindor table made a sound like a dam releasing. McGonagall looked at the room for a moment, which was something between tolerating and appreciating, and then said, "Thank you, that will do," in the specific tone of a person who had several things to get on with. After breakfast Harry waited near the staff table, and when the students had filed out, he said, "Congratulations, Professor." McGonagall looked at him over her spectacles. "I am not sure congratulations is the correct word for being given significantly more work." "Congratulations on being the correct person in the correct position," Harry clarified. She held his gaze for a moment. Something moved in her expression that was genuine and complicated and that she tucked away with the efficiency of long practice. "Don't be late to Transfiguration," she said, and walked toward the staff door. Harry was not late to Transfiguration. The week of the 10th brought the first of the individual Lord hearings, the 4 whose seats were being vacated due to established fraudulent claims. Harry was not required to attend these, the individual cases being handled through Greengrass's office with supporting documentation from Gringotts, but he followed them through the letters that arrived each evening with the specific, focused attention he gave to anything that affected the legal structure. 2 lords were vacated cleanly, their positions reverting to the proper hereditary line. 1 contested and lost, the documentation being too specific to argue against. The 4th, Lord Travers of House Travers, filed an emergency appeal on grounds of good faith, arguing that he had received the seat through legitimate process at the time and had no knowledge of the suppression ward. Greengrass filed a response that dismantled the good faith argument in 7 precise paragraphs and included a Gringotts document showing that Travers had been present at a meeting with Dumbledore in 1982 at which the seat transfer was explicitly discussed. Travers withdrew his appeal the same afternoon. All of this happened in letters, in legal filings, in the polished machinery of Wizengamot procedure, while Harry attended charms and transfiguration and herbology and played Quidditch and ate breakfast and developed what he was increasingly recognizing as a genuine life in this place. The thing about having genuine friends, Harry was discovering, was that it changed the texture of time. Not just moments, the whole fabric of days. Hermione, who pulled books from shelves like other people breathed air and who had started keeping a second set of research notes for subjects she hadn't been assigned because the assignment list was insufficient. Ron, whose instinct for people and situations was sharper than he credited himself with, who played chess like a general and navigated social dynamics like someone who had grown up in a large family and had learned to read rooms early. Neville, who was becoming more himself every week, quietly but observably, standing straighter, speaking more, correcting a herbology misidentification by a 5th year with the polite firmness of someone who knew exactly what they were talking about. Harry noticed all of it. He paid attention to people the way he paid attention to magic, not as a performance of caring but because it was genuinely interesting, because people were the most complex thing in any room, and because the quality of what he was building here mattered more to him than the scale of the lordships. The Sirius Black briefing arrived on November 14th, 8 full pages of Ragnarok's handwriting, dense and documented. Harry read it in the common room window seat while rain ran down the glass in rivers and the fire across the room crackled and the rest of the house did their Friday evening things around him. He read it twice. Then he sat with it for a while. Sirius Black had not had a trial. In the chaos of the immediate post-Voldemort period, October 31st through the first week of November 1981, the DMLE under its acting director had processed dozens of Death Eater arrests. Most had been given hearings. Sirius Black had not. The file indicated that the decision not to try Black had been made at a departmental level and approved by the Chief Warlock's office, Dumbledore's office, on the grounds that the evidence was sufficient and the security risk was too high to permit a hearing. The evidence for Black's guilt: he had been secret keeper for the Potters. The house in Godric's Hollow had been found, which meant the secret had been broken, which meant the keeper had broken it. Black was the only person who knew the secret. Therefore Black had betrayed it. Except, Ragnarok's document continued, the record of the secret keeper spell showed something different. Not Black as keeper. A different name. A name that had required significant Gringotts archival work to recover because the magical record had been partially obscured, not destroyed, partially obscured, in a way consistent with deliberate concealment. Peter Pettigrew, the document read. The actual secret keeper, per the recovered magical record, was Peter Pettigrew, a childhood friend of James Potter who was reported killed by Sirius Black on November 2, 1981. Pettigrew's death was attested by his wand and a finger, which were found at the site. No full body was recovered. Harry stared at the name. No full body was recovered. He thought about Animagi. About his father and his friends. About a rat called Scabbers that had been in the Weasley family for 12 years, which was significantly longer than a rat's natural lifespan, which Ron had mentioned once in passing and which Harry had filed and not yet retrieved. He looked up. Ron was across the room, teaching Neville a chess opening with the patient generosity of a good teacher. Scabbers was asleep on Ron's bag, a lumpy grey shape doing what rats did when nothing was happening. Harry looked at Scabbers for a long moment. He thought very carefully. He wrote a letter to Bones before he did anything else. He described what Ragnarok's document contained, and what he was thinking about regarding Animagi and the Weasley family rat, and he was extremely careful to frame it as a theory that required professional investigation rather than something he was going to act on independently. He sealed it and looked at Hedwig and said, "Urgent, please." She was gone before he finished the sentence. He went back to the common room and sat in his armchair and waited. Bones' response came in 2 hours, which was fast enough to tell him she'd been waiting for exactly this kind of information. I am sending a specialist Auror team to conduct a discreet assessment of the animal in question. Do not approach the animal. Do not alert its current caretaker. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to perform the animagus revelation yourself. This is an active investigation and needs to be handled correctly. A.B. Harry read the letter and thought, correct. He did not approach the rat. He went to bed. 3 days later, Ron came to Harry in the corridor after charms with the look of someone who had been told something confusing and was checking his own understanding. There was an Auror, Ron said. In the common room. Yesterday morning while I was in class. They asked Percy a lot of questions and then, Scabbers is gone. He looked at Harry. They took Scabbers. Percy was, you know Percy. He had feelings about the procedure. But they were very official about it. A pause. Do you know what that was? Harry looked at him. I might, he said. Can you trust me for a few days before I explain? Ron looked at him with the direct, uncomplicated gaze of someone assessing whether the trust was real. Yeah, he said. I trust you. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it. The investigation moved fast once it moved. Bones wrote to Harry on the Wednesday with a message that was brief and contained more weight per word than almost anything he'd received. The animal was an animagus. The animagus registration does not include the name on the animal's record. A full investigation is underway. Sirius Black's file has been formally reopened. He has been moved from Azkaban to Ministry holding pending emergency review. The case is not yet public. It will be public by end of week. Harry read it at breakfast and held himself very still and thought about a man who had been in Azkaban for 10 years for something he apparently hadn't done, while the person responsible had been living as a rat in a wizarding family's home. The anger he felt was the clean, structural kind. Not hot. Architectural. The kind that wanted something specific done rather than something broad expressed. He wrote to Greengrass, Sirius Black. What does he need? Greengrass wrote back within hours, a full hearing before the Wizengamot, a legitimate legal advocate, and someone with standing to file the wrongful imprisonment petition on his behalf. I have already prepared the petition. I need your authorization to file it under House Potter's standing, as Sirius Black is a claimant under the Black Line which intersects with your own. Also, he is your godfather. You should know that, if you don't already. Harry read the last line. He is your godfather. He sat with that for a moment that was not like the other moments in the morning. He'd been managing things well, he thought, in the broad sense, keeping the personal and the political distinct enough to function, not letting the grief of what had been done cloud the precision of what needed to be done. But this one landed differently. A person who had existed in the abstract context of a black family claim was, suddenly, a person who had been chosen by his parents to look after him if something went wrong, and something had gone wrong, and the man had spent 10 years in Azkaban while Harry was sleeping in a cupboard, and no one had connected those two facts until now. He authorized the petition. He also wrote a short personal note that he asked Greengrass to pass to Black through the Ministry holding facility, which felt inadequate but was more than nothing. It said, "I know you're my godfather. I'm working on the rest. Harry." He had a class in 10 minutes. He went to class. The week of November 20th was the week everything converged. The petition was filed Monday. The Prophet broke the Pettigrew story Tuesday, which produced a reaction in the wizarding world that Harry could only describe as seismic. Front page, enormous headline, the specific social earthquake of a story that not only overturned an established narrative but implicated the established narrative's architecture in something deliberately constructed. Rita Skeeter wrote it, because of course she did, but for once the melodrama was in service of a story that was actually melodramatic, and the facts were correct because Bones had verified them before release. The Wizengamot scheduled an emergency session for Black's hearing on November 25, Marchbanks again. Greengrass had the petition. Bones had the evidence, the recovered magical record, the animagus confirmation, the DMLE analysis of the 1981 arrest documentation showing the lack of trial, and a signed statement from Pettigrew himself, who had been found in ministry custody after the animagus identification and had made a full confession in the specific manner of someone whose options had fully run out. Harry attended the Black hearing. This one was different from the Dumbledore hearing. It moved faster, for one thing, the evidence structure was simpler, and the chamber had already been through the experience of processing a significant legal correction and had built some muscle for it. Marchbanks ran it with the same precise authority. Greengrass presented with the same structural elegance. Sirius Black sat in the defendant's chair, except he wasn't a defendant, he was a claimant, and Marchbanks had corrected the seating arrangement to reflect that, placing him at an advocate's table rather than in the exposed center. He looked like 10 years in Azkaban, which meant he looked like something that had been through weather that would have destroyed most things and hadn't, quite, destroyed this. He was thin, sharp-faced, with eyes that were gray and watchful and that had the specific quality of someone whose relationship with ordinary life had been severely interrupted and was still recalibrating. He looked at Harry when Harry entered. Harry looked back at him. Sirius Black had the face of a man who was experiencing several things simultaneously and had not yet decided which one to show. Something that might have been recognition, the Potter features, the green eyes, the specific combination that apparently announced the parentage, and something that was rawer and less organized beneath it. Harry nodded at him. Just that. Something shifted in Black's face. He nodded back. The hearing took 4 hours. The outcome was not close: unanimous acquittal, formal Wizengamot acknowledgement of wrongful imprisonment, full restoration of the Black family lordship that had been in legal suspension for 10 years. Marchbanks read the finding with the specific quality of someone delivering a verdict that was both legally straightforward and historically significant. After, in the corridor outside the chamber while the ministry processed the paperwork that Black's release required, Harry found himself in the situation of standing near the man who was apparently his godfather with no particular protocol for the moment. Sirius was flanked by an Auror on one side and Greengrass's associate Daphne on the other, the latter already organizing documentation. He was looking at Harry with the expression of someone who had been preparing for a lot of different scenarios and was discovering that reality was running its own script. "I got your note," Sirius said. His voice was rougher than it presumably had been, the edges worn down. "I meant it," Harry said. "The working on the rest bit." "Yes." Sirius looked at him. "You're James's son," he said. "Obviously. But you look at things like Lily did." He said it like he was making a precise identification, not a compliment. "I'm told that's a good thing," Harry said. "The best possible thing." Something moved through Sirius's face, grief and warmth and the specific disorientation of someone returning to a world that had run 11 years without them. "I want to," he stopped. Start it again. I have a lot to explain. To you. About your parents. Things you should know that, I know, Harry said. And yes. When you're ready. He paused. I've been reading about them where I can. The legal documents, the Gringotts records, a few things the goblin historian found. But that's not, he looked at Sirius directly. You actually knew them. That's different from documents. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Your father would have hated everything about today, he said. The proceedings and the formality and the courtroom structure. He'd have wanted to just, he made a gesture that was somehow entirely communicative without being specific. But he'd have been proud. Of how you handled it. He paused. Lily would have been terrifying. She'd have read every document twice and spotted an inconsistency in the 18th footnote and argued it in front of the full chamber herself. Harry smiled. It came easily, which surprised him slightly. She was researching something, Harry said. In the last year before she died. Greengrass mentioned it. Ancient magic. I haven't been to the library at Hawthorne Hall yet. Sirius looked at him with the sharp focus of someone who had just heard something significant. I know what she was researching, he said quietly. I should, yes. That's something I should tell you. When you can visit. His eyes were doing something complicated. She figured out something about protective magic. Something that, it's why the curse bounced. It wasn't a random accident. Harry had known this in the way you know things you haven't been told, a structural understanding built from circumstantial evidence. But hearing someone say it directly was still different. Soon, Harry said. I'll come to wherever you are soon. I'll need to find somewhere to be first, Sirius said dryly. I have a family home I'd rather not go back to and apparently my legal status has been in suspension for a decade, so, Greengrass has a full status restoration filing ready to go, Harry said. The Black Lordship is confirmed. The family property should revert with it. Sirius blinked. You prepared for all of this. Ragnock and Greengrass prepared for it, Harry corrected. I authorized things. Don't undersell yourself, Sirius said. James never undersold himself. I'm not James, Harry said. Not defensively, simply. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. No, he said. You're really not. And there was something in his voice that was not disappointment, something more like wonder, a person discovering that the child of people he loved had become something specific and their own, not a continuation but a new thing entirely. Harry went back to Hogwarts on the Ministry car with the same Aura Hestia Jones, who was silent on the journey in the companionable way of someone who had worked a long day and found quiet congenial. Harry sat and watched London go past in the late afternoon dark and thought about all of it. He thought about Sirius. About what he'd said about Lily's research, and the protective magic, and the curse that shouldn't have bounced. He thought about the invisibility cloak in the Potter vault. He thought about the Elder Wand in Ministry evidence storage and the 44B filing Greengrass had submitted and what that meant for an object whose ownership transferred through conquest. He thought about Voldemort, dispersed and patient and temporarily bodiless, and the specific quality of patience he'd felt in Quirrell's classroom and in the third-floor corridor, and the way it had pulled back when it heard his name. He thought about what his mother had figured out, and why it mattered, and why a curse rebounding was not random. He thought about all of it the way he thought about complex chess positions, not trying to solve everything simultaneously but identifying which pieces mattered most, which moves had dependencies, what the board looked like in 10 moves rather than 2. He thought, this year isn't over. He thought, good. McGonagall was waiting in the entrance hall when the car came up the drive, which was either coincidence or care and was probably both. She looked at him the way she'd looked at him leaving in the morning, with the complicated expression of someone who had decided to stop pretending they weren't paying close attention. Well, she asked. Acquitted, Harry said. Unanimously. She closed her eyes for a moment. Good, she said. That is, good. She opened her eyes. And yourself? The question was not about the legal outcome. Harry looked at her. I'm okay, he said, and meant it genuinely. She nodded once. Then, there is dinner if you're hungry. And a charms essay due Monday that I'm aware you haven't started. I've started it, Harry said. He hadn't started it. He started it the next morning and finished it in an hour because the material was interesting and he'd been thinking about it for a week without putting it on paper. The last week of November moved at its own pace. The school had settled into something different than it had been in September, not calmer exactly, but more itself. The initial shock of Dumbledore's arrest had processed into the specific collective state of a community that had understood something difficult and was deciding what to do with the understanding. Students discussed things more openly. Teachers, with McGonagall's particular quality of authority running through the building now, seemed more direct. The sense Harry had noticed in the early weeks, of a building full of people performing various degrees of Dumbledore's version of normal, had given way to something more genuine. He had his first formal session as Lord Potter in the Wizengamot on November 28, not a full session, a procedural one, the official swearing-in that activated his voting record and registered him formally in the role. Marchbanks conducted it in a small chamber with only Greengrass and Bones and 2 registrars present, which was exactly the scale it needed to be. Harry placed his hand on the appropriate magical instrument, said the formal words, which were in archaic English and which he'd memorized correctly, and felt something that was probably the magical equivalent of a key turning in a lock. 28 times, in rapid succession. He sat down afterward with the specific feeling of having done something that couldn't be undone, which was both weighty and clarifying. The 2 proxy seats from the vacated lords will be registered by the end of the month, Greengrass told him. Your total voting position in the noble block will be 30 out of 52. A clear majority. I won't use it like a majority, Harry said. Not reflexively. Not just because I have the numbers. Greengrass looked at him. No, he agreed. That would defeat the purpose. He gathered his papers. How is school? Harry looked at him, slightly surprised by the question. Good, he said honestly. The library is excellent. McGonagall's teaching Transfiguration at a level I'm going to have to keep working to stay with. Good, Greengrass said. That's as it should be. He paused at the chamber door. Your mother's research. I've arranged your access to the Hawthorne Hall Library. The weekend before Christmas break. Sirius Black has requested to be present, if you're agreeable. Agreeable, Harry said immediately. He went back to school on the train, sitting in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and Neville, and the train moved through the November darkness toward Scotland, and Hermione was deep in a book and Ron was attempting to teach Neville the Knight's Gambit and the windows were dark against the night outside and the compartment was warm and lit and completely, specifically real. Harry looked at them and thought, this is what I'm building. Not the lordships. Not the Wizengamot majority. Not even the justice for what had been done to him, which mattered and had been worth every piece of work. This. The real thing. The people in this compartment who were here because they'd chosen to be, and not because of what he was or what he represented. He pulled out the charms essay he hadn't quite finished and worked on it until Hogsmeade, because there was always something to do and the doing of it was, in the end, what kept the rest of it in proportion. On December 1st, a Monday, Harry walked into the Great Hall for breakfast and found the whole school reading the Prophet again. He sat down, poured himself tea, and looked at the headline. The full picture, Gringotts and DMLE release comprehensive report on decade of hereditary fraud. Potter Lordships formally reinstated, Black exonerated, Ministry faces questions about 1981 failures. He read the article. It was more careful than the previous Prophet coverage, less Skeeter, more collaborative, the tone of something that had been reviewed before publication. It was accurate. It was thorough. It named names and cited documents and let the evidence speak in the flat, specific way that evidence spoke when it was good. At the bottom of the article, in the final paragraph, there was a brief quote from Acting Chief Warlock Marchbanks. These proceedings represent a necessary correction to serious institutional failures. What they do not represent is the end of the work required. The wizarding world has a great deal to build, to examine, and to take responsibility for. That work begins now. Harry read the paragraph twice. Then he set the paper down, picked up his toast, and ate his breakfast. Across the table, Neville was reading the section about the Longbottom matter with the focused expression of someone processing information that was both painful and necessary. Hermione was annotating her copy with a quill that she produced from somewhere, making notes in the margins with the unself-conscious thoroughness of someone for whom reading without annotating was incomplete. Ron was reading the Quidditch coverage on the back page, which had nothing to do with any of this and was apparently exactly what he needed. "Harry," Neville said, without looking up. "Yeah. My grandmother wants to host a formal dinner. After Christmas break. She wants to," he stopped, slightly embarrassed. "She wants to formally acknowledge the House Longbottom situation. The mistakes that were made. And she wants you and Greengrass and a few others to be there." He looked up. "You don't have to. I know she can be. I'll be there," Harry said. Neville nodded, and something settled in his face that Harry thought might be the specific feeling of things being actually, properly okay. Not fixed. Neville's parents were still in St. Mungo's and that was a wound that didn't close. But okay in the sense that the present was real and the people in it were genuine. Harry looked around the great hall. Hundreds of students eating breakfast in the November morning light, talking, arguing, reading, existing. First years at their house tables still figuring out the rhythms of the place. Older students who had been here when Dumbledore left and were building their own understanding of what the school was now that he'd gone. Teachers at the staff table, McGonagall in the center seat that was hers now, talking to Sprout about something that made them both laugh. The castle around them, enormous and ancient and not indifferent. He thought about everything it had taken to get to this specific breakfast. The letter in August that said attendance is not optional. The basin with its blood-ignited runes. Ragnar's face going tight. The floating parchments. The hearing. The arrest. The Great Hall on September 1st and Dumbledore walking out with 4 Aurors and the side door closing behind him. He thought about what came next. And what came next was everything, Voldemort still out there in some form, the Ministry still partly unreformed, the 7 remaining challenged lords in their individual processes, Sirius Black recovering and learning what 10 years had taken from him, his mother's research waiting in a library at Hawthorne Hall, a whole wizarding world working out what it was now that a story it had built itself around for 40 years had turned out to be complicated. What came next was more work. More reading, more letters, more meetings, more magic, all the transfiguration McGonagall was going to push him toward, all the charms that were getting more interesting with every class, the defense reading that kept expanding into questions about what dark magic actually was and how it worked and why the things it did were possible. More Quidditch, honestly, because flying was still the truest thing. More chess games with Ron that he was slowly getting better at losing. More library mornings with Hermione finding things in old books that everyone else had walked past. More Neville, becoming more himself with every week, the boy who had been crushed by other people's expectations discovering that his own were the only ones that mattered. Harry Potter ate his breakfast. The morning was cold and clear and Scotland was doing what Scotland did in December, which was be brutal and beautiful simultaneously. Hedwig was asleep in the Ollery after a busy few months. Greengrass had a full calendar of Wizengamot filings and was probably already working. Ragnar was at his bank, patient and thorough and fully committed to the position that theft from clients was unacceptable and the remedy was always the full correction. He was 11 years old. He had 28 lordships and a Quidditch match in 2 weeks and an essay due Friday and a godfather he'd just met and a dead mother whose research was going to tell him something important. He had friends who were real. He had magic that did what he asked it to do and sometimes went further than that, as if it too had been waiting to be used properly. He had, by any measure, a great deal to do. Good, he thought. He'd always been better when there was something to do. Outside the great hall windows, December sunlight was cutting hard and low across the snow that had appeared overnight on the grounds, and the lake was dark beneath it, and the forbidden forest was full of things he hadn't encountered yet, and somewhere in the ministry a confiscated wand was sitting in evidence storage with a history that went back further than anyone living knew, and somewhere in Eastern Europe something cold and patient was working out its next move, and somewhere in a house. In London a man with grey eyes and 10 years of Azkaban in his face was drinking tea and reading the Prophet and beginning, slowly, carefully, to understand what the world looked like now. Harry picked up his bag, said goodbye to his friends, walked out of the great hall into the corridor, and went to his first class of December. The story wasn't over. He already knew what to do with that.